You ready, Jerry?
I'm ready.
Just want to make sure you're ready, brother. Show me the money.
Oh, you didn't know?
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
Put my shoes on, you wouldn't last a mile.
Summertime, wintertime, money grind. Yeah, I got the ring, I'm the champ, I'm the genie of the lamp.
This is the gift I was given, so I just live by my hustle.
If I can't do it, homie, it can't be done.
VIP me put in my pocket, it don't make sense, but don't make a profit. So I hustle, ladies and homies. Make money, 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 money.
Hold out here for a pill. Really tryna get this money for the real.
I want to find a thing to save my life, so I hustle.
It ain't over for me. No, it ain't over for me.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Show me the money!
Okay, let's go.
What up, what up? It is Alex, the fantasy football hustler, back at you. And I got 7 surprising fantasy football trends that are going to help you dominate week 7. There we go. Let's get down to biz. We got a lot of questions to answer. A lot of the trends will be based around players who are going to be starting and sitting, and based around a lot of questions that are going to be coming in for anyone who's watching this on replay. So just sit back and relax. If you're watching this on replay, throw it on double time. I talk slow enough so you can speed it up. And stranger in the house, what up, what up? Rush Lord in the house, let's get it. Emil in the house, shout out to Canada. He said trade Godwin and Tolbert for Kamara or hold Godwin, also have Evans. Probably holding on that specifically. Sea Wolves, what up, what up? Stranger said, fuck, I just saw the Bengals game has Tolbert. What? Has Tolbert what? Reefing? He said, reffing. He was reffing in the Super Bowl and the AFC losses. Y'all know how those went. Oh, man. I have no He said, I put Tolbert in the same bucket as Tony.
Man, fuck Tony!
Frank in the house. What up? Devo, what up? Corey, what up? What up? Corey said, drop Lazard for Ridley. Probably not. Frank picked up Njoku last week for the bye week filler. Otten, Ertz on waivers. Who should I start? Probably leaning in Njoku. Minnesota Marty in the house. What up, my brother? Let's get it. What up, Johnny? What up, Frizzil? Shout out to Frizzil for throwing in the super chat. You the man, bro. You the man. We're going to smoke it up in honor of you, my brother. And Misty, what up? What are your feelings about May? Well, how about my feelings just in general about the Patriots and how their offense just like seems like it's going to suck. He's better than Brissett, but that almost doesn't matter because the line is so bad and the team is like so bad in general. Might not really make a difference towards Drake May. I don't even know why they started him. They really shouldn't have. Like, yeah, he's better, but being better doesn't even matter at this point because like you almost want them to do worse and you really just want him to learn for like year 2 and beyond. They could have him for 5 years. Like, why do they need to like force him in there in what seems to be one of the worst Patriots teams that we've seen this side of the year 2000? Moneyline Mills said, let's cash my guy, tighten up, let's get it. Jason, puff pass, smoking on that pink runts. All right, smoking on that pink runts. I am. I like it. Getting high you are. Let's go. Let's see. I got some new tree from the dispo last night. Cookie face. We're about to take it to the face right now. Let's go. And Frank said, kind of baffled about Adams. I have London, AJ Brown, Montgomery in the flex. Are we plugging them in? Stevenson at my RB2. Well, we got to find out. Like him and Amari Cooper, those are the guys who are on the very front of the cover of the video today. And it's because both of them are in new places. Devontae Adams getting over to the Jets. And Amari Cooper getting over to the Bills. The AFC East is not playing around. They're making moves right now. They're making moves. I don't think we blindly put him in there just in game one. It happened early enough in the week. It happened on Tuesday, and this was like right after. It's like, that they were working on this like all night on Monday to like make sure that as soon as Tuesday came around, if he was not already on a plane to New York or wherever they're going to be practicing, he was on a plane Tuesday morning, and I'm sure the same thing with Amari Cooper, because all that news came very, very early. Well, I guess Amari Cooper for East Coast, it happened in kind of the early afternoon, but still, I bet those guys got with the team right away. And let's see if we hear anything about, full practice, limited practice, all that kind of stuff. And Jay Schmelz, what up? He said, thought on team, what to work on. Stroud, Love, Neighbors, Metcalf, Allen, BTJ. I mean, see, like when people put their whole team in there and I look at it, it's like, man, this doesn't really have problems, but it's like, I don't see the other teams in your league. I don't know your record. I don't know your points for. I don't know your points against. Like, those are the kind of things that make me want to make trades, not looking at a team that looks like pretty solid, to me. I mean, sure, you had a couple injuries, in there. So that is what it is. Yeah, I would be, you want to try to figure out what is your weak position. Okay. Where are you strong at? And then you want to go look for someone who can kind of fill that void for you. And you want to fill a void for someone else. Looks like you're strong at wide receiver. And I might trade a wide receiver for a running back straight up. I mean, that's one thing that I see pretty easily. Jason said, you think Adams will come in and be the alpha receiver on the Jets? I guess it's a yes and no to me. Is he going to come in and is he going to be Aaron Rodgers' number one target? Potentially. But I also feel like he's going to get the brunt of like a lot of the defense as well. And it's like, we got to see how teams are going to be defending them, because now that you got two studs, out there in Adams and Garrett Wilson, teams are going to be defending them a little bit different. And it could lead just to more open one-on-ones for Garrett Wilson, which is amazing. And because Garrett Wilson's out there might make it, and Breece Hall might make it really hard to double up on the Adams or anything like that. So could leave him in a lot of one-on-ones. Like, either way, it's just good all around. And I think there's going to be games where guys are going to do good and guys are going to do bad. Speaking about Garrett Wilson and Adams specifically, but I really feel like him going over there, even though Garrett Wilson may take a drop in some volume, I feel like his efficiency it has to go up. Like, there's no way in hell that Garrett Wilson's efficiency doesn't go up. Volume might go down, so remember that, because he's getting the volume. He's like the volume king over there. But if his efficiency goes up, that's going to be good. That's going to be good for us. And Frizzell starting May over Murray this weekend because of matchups. I mean, I know who the Cardinals got. I mean, no, the Cardinals got the Chargers. But dude, where are the Patriots at? Patriots versus the Jags. You got to remember, man, they're in London right now, and the Jaguars have been over there the entire week. So, like, just that alone is going to give the Jaguars a little bit of an advantage somehow. Nice. Moneyline Mill smoking on that green crack. I like it. See Wolves, Mixon, or A-Chain going forward. Can't have both. I mean, I'm leaning on Mixon. Why can't you have both, though? Corey, is Shakira drop with the Mari News 12-teamer? No, he's been the number one. So now he'll be the guy still over there coming out of the slot. Coleman, I mean, for redraft, he could be a drop potentially. I mean, I don't know. Now he's going to get like easier defensive assignments, on him. But yeah, I think it's going to be Coleman, who's a big, big loser out of this situation. CB Dizzle missed out on Jacoby Myers this week, but Trey Tucker still available, worth picking up. I'd have to drop the Jets, D, Darnold, or Lazard. Yeah. Dude, Raiders are just going to be straight ass cheeks, bro. Like, I don't even know. Like, we might want him for like a couple games, but it's like now you got to actually make the conscious choice of when you're going to start him. Raiders, they went from being a team that seemed like they were going to be little, let's say middle of the road, maybe just a tiny bit less than middle of the road. And now they're literally one of the worst offenses in the league. Like, they're up there with the Bo Nixes of the world and their Broncos, up there with, there's another real shitty offense right now. I mean, shit with Spencer Rattler, the Saints is going to be hella shitty. Watson, maybe he hated Cooper. Maybe he starts doing better now that Cooper's gone. And Frank said flex Lazard or Pittman. Everything with Pittman is going to come down to if it's Joe Flacco or not. So, like, everything with Pittman, we're going to have to wait. At least these are both Sunday matchups. And same thing with Rachaad White. I don't know if he plays this week. We got to hear more news about him. So as of right now, I'll just go Lazard and I'll go Chase Brown, and then we'll revisit this as we get more injury news. Jason said Adams was on the Pat show and was at Rogers' house doing an interview with him. Yeah, I didn't see that. When was that? Yesterday? Oh, yesterday. Yeah, had to be, right? So he's already there. And Kruner said, "Who's better at fantasy, Amari or Devontae?" I have both. Well, since you already have both, it's not like you have to, like, just wait, see how it works out. Frank said, Breeze Hall to the moon. Hell yeah, baby. There ain't no stack in the box no more. Ain't no stack in the box no more. And CB Dizzle said, Kyler played well against the 49ers. Don't count him out. Yeah, I'm not. Like, that's what it is about single QB leagues. I mean, there's no chance in hell that I would be starting a Drake May over Kyler Murray. No chance in hell. Not on Monday night. And like they're at home as well. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Jason said, I found Evan Ingram. There we go. There we go. And Hassan said, guess what? Super Mario Party Jamboree video game is here. What? Crazy. We're going to get to the starts and sits a little bit earlier today, a little bit quicker. I slept in today. It was so dead that I could not wake up like I normally do. Slept in for like an extra hour. Usually almost an extra hour and a half. Rarely happens. Jason said, I found Evan Ingram on the waivers last night. Nice. Steven said, I'm back. What up? And Frank said 3 flex spots: Scary Terry, Higgins, Mixon, Thomas Jr., Addison, Mooney, Jameson, Bucky. Scary Terry. I'm just gonna go with the first 3 without thinking too much about it. Yeah, Scary Terry, Higgins, and Mixon. Let's go. I knew what you meant, Jason. You're all good. And Frizil said Bigsby, Pop Douglas, Juju at the flex. Probably leaning Juju. Pop's got a good matchup. I'm just not recommending anybody for the London games or the Thursday games anymore. Yeah, especially when we got bad matchups like we do this week specifically in the Thursday night and the London game. Don't even start any Thursday night players. Don't start any what's it called? Don't start any Thursday players. Don't start any London players. Screw it. Oh, check this out, guys. So I have a new tool. It's something available for Patreon members only as of right now. I'm sure we'll get this figured out to where it will be involved for more, but I finally started creating the whole system that I've been telling you guys that I was going to create for you IDP savants out there. So let me check this out and explain it. You can take a screenshot if you want of this. So, oh wait, hold on. Oops. Totally the wrong one. Hold on. Here we go. This is going to be a tool for you IDP savages out there. So check this out. It's going to be a way to kind of determine how good the matchup is of the defensive player that you are trying to figure out if you're going to deploy or not. So I use the DL. This would be like the chart for like the defensive lineman. This would be the one that you'd be focusing on. So on the right side is going to be the team that your IDP player is on. Now on the left side, that's the matchup that they got, or well, that's the team that you want to cross-reference like with their matchup. Okay, so like let's say like the Jaguars and the Patriots, for example. You see the Jaguars; they're kind of on the top end here. They're in the top 8 of teams getting sacks. Okay, and then you look at where are the Patriots. It's so small I can't see. And look at that. Patriots are number 2. So like right off the bat, if you got Jaguar, like you got Josh Hines Allen, you got another D lineman over there that you want to deploy versus the Patriots, it's the matchup to deploy. So you see where your guy is on what team, and you look, we're talking about the Jaguars specifically. They're number 6 over there. Then you cross-reference that with New England. They're 2. So you got 2 top 8 matchups going up there, meaning it's going to be a good day for those Jacksonville defensive linemen. So if you go to 420crew.com, you'll be able to get access to this right now. I have there's 8 different charts right now, 4 around sacks, and there are 4 around interceptions, and there's going to be more to come. I'm building these whole systems out like by myself, and this is kind of building the foundation. And eventually this is going to be all on a website where it's like all interacting and moving pieces, and you'll be able to figure out the matchups a little bit easier and, all types of stuff like that. But this is kind of like just the beginning stages of some super cool IDP tools that do not exist in the fantasy football world yet that I'm going to exist and spearhead. And yeah, it's going to be, it's very dope. I'm excited. So 420crew.com. That's where you're going to be able to get access to everything as of now. All right. Brazil, I already did that one. Frank said Cross, Blankenship, Winfield, pick 2. I'm not sitting Winfield. I mean, all these guys are like must starts. Like that's the thing that sucks about this. I think I'll go Winfield, and I will go Blankenship. Yeah. And Jason said I'm playing Kamara Thursday night. He's top 5 RB in points. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Kamara shouldn't really be a question on like start and sit. Like there's so many injured running backs out there. It's like when you have one of the guys that you drafted, it's almost like he's an auto start with as good as he's been doing. So yeah, I shouldn't even have to answer if you're going to start him or not. For people who may come in and answer. I know there's people who are like, here's my whole team. Who should I start? And I feel like when people do that, like it's they're just kind of doomed for failure. Because yeah, you got to have your own ideology on at least a few people who are like must starts on your team. All right, setting up things in the background here. We're going to get to the starts and sits very soon, very soon. All right. Uh-oh. I got an exploding trade offer. Uh-oh, let's see what was sent to me. See, smart. That's the only way you should send trades, where the trades are like self-destructing after a day or two. Man. All right. Had to respectfully decline. Say I got to hold for a higher pick on that. Dubs or Lazard this week? Probably too early for a question like this. I'm just gonna say Dubs as of now. What up, Michael? He said, "What trade should I be looking for to get better depth?" Well, I got Adams, Walker, Dub. I mean, dude, looks like you already have a lot of RBs there. So you got to figure out. I mean, sorry if this answer doesn't like appease you, because I don't know if I recognize your name. I don't know if I recognize your name, Michael. But really, what you got to do, instead of me like sending out, kind of just like random, like ideas for you to go after, you really need to go find out who has RB depth, who might actually like trade you something. Figure out where you are loaded, where you think you're loaded. If you got a bunch of wide receivers, go trade a wide receiver for a running back. But you have to find a trade partner. That's what you need to find. This is why so many people fail with making trades, is because they think of it, oh, what player should I go trade for? Doesn't work that way. Like, you need to find the trade partner that will actually like make a trade with you. And then you kind of comb their team and see what's the best on there and how you can kind of change things around. But, yeah, it looks like you have, you don't have like decent RB depth, but nobody does. Like, that's the thing. You build your RB depth through waivers. So you have to keep going after the flavors of the week every single week. Frazil said, if Hopkins goes to the Chiefs, does that change anything for Ridley? No, but I doubt Hopkins goes to the Chiefs. That'd be interesting, but I don't think so. All right, good. And just making sure you understand, Michael, because I'm not trying to be an ass by not answering the question. I know some people like feel like that. It's more trades are all psychology, like if you came in here and asked that and I said, yeah, you should go trade Chase for Saquon Barkley. Like there might be someone who like says stupid shit like that. I'm all about making calculated trades to where you could trade some of your depth pieces for maybe one better piece, maybe a 2-for-1 trade, maybe a 3-for-1 trade. So you try to find guys that are not doing that good, who need depth, where, because I know you said you're trying to get depth, but really if you could trade your depth for a better person, it makes your it makes your depth already better at that point as well. So that's how I'd want to think about it. And Frank said Jay Brooks has returned from the non-football injury list. Okay, here we go. And shout out to Devo. And Strange said, Huss explaining trade in fantasy football the way I check out women at the bar. It's not about the top choice. It's about who's an eager partner. I'm just saying, man, like it goes in life, like if someone has something that you want, no matter what that is, you have to figure out how to like connect with that person to get like mutually beneficial, a mutually beneficial result out of whatever is going to happen. And so, yeah, it is all about finding the partner. That is what it's all about, finding that trade partner. Way easier to find a trade partner and make a trade happen than to just try to go for the best person, because I know a lot of people want to do that. But if the person like has no reason to trade, you're just kind of wasting time. So same thing when it comes to the ladies, I'm sure. If there's some girl over there, she looks like a 9 and she's got everybody around her, all the guys trying to hit on her or whatever. But then you see someone a couple tables over, she might be a 7 or an 8, but there's nobody around her. Like that's the numbers, man. Got to play the odds. And what Frizzle say? One more question on the topic. Just rumored if Hopkins goes to the Chiefs, does Juju become a drop? Juju's like damn near droppable right now because I hate him, man. He's a bum.
He's a bum. He was a bum then, and he's a bum now.
I don't think Hopkins is good enough to make anybody droppable no matter where he goes. How about that? I think it would be like a follow. And Conquer Them said, what do you think? I got Mason for Cup. My RBs are Kyron. I mean, Mason's hurt right now, and CMC is supposed to come back in a couple weeks. So I don't know if that was necessarily the best, but if it helps you in the meantime, should be all right. Hey, the figure report. What up? He said, pick up Vidal or Dearnest. I feel like I want to go Dearnest. And Michael said, yeah, that's basically what I have to try to do best. Hit the waivers, literally. They'll send out at least 10 different trades to see if anyone would take it. No luck. So yeah. So you gotta figure out what you really want, because I can't tell anybody what they really want. I can look at your team and I can analyze different things, but it's hard to do it on the show. That's why I tell people go sign up for 420crew.com, where you can send me screenshots of your team. I can actually focus, for a minute or two, a couple minutes. A little bit different here. Just everything works different. But yeah, don't just send out random trades. You got to go find a trade partner, because if you're trying to get an extra running back and you have some extra wide receivers, you go find the person that team is not doing that well off, who really needs the wide receivers, that you got, and then they got a running back that you got. Hoping Brandon Allen comes something through, or Guadendo hits. Yeah, and I mean, they totally could, but that's really what it's about, though. Picking up these waivers, picking up the flavors of the week, and not just running backs. Make sure you're doing that for wide receivers as well. Sharon said, Huss, go for the 6 who smiles at you when she sees you looking. Exactly, right? Exactly. You could literally go send a message to somebody in your league and just say, hey, you want to make a trade? You might get an answer hell yeah, dude, what'd you have in mind? So that's also, I feel a lost art, is people sending blind trades instead of trying to communicate with the person. I'm not saying I'm always going to try to communicate with the person before I send a trade, but let's say it's a person who never really trades. You're probably going to have a better shot of opening up the lines of communication with just messaging them and trying to talk to them. If you have their cell phone number, even better, you text them. But that's going to be a way to open up the line of communications more often than not, is just reaching out and saying, hey, what up? You looking for a trade? I think we could make something happen. And, you just start it there, very non-aggressive, and, see what they say. If they say, yeah, great, you're even closer, because you should probably already have some people in mind you want from them. And Jake said, salute. He said, fucked my back. Oh, man. He said, words of advice for the young. Nothing wrong with missionary. Oh, man. You were trying to get real crazy over there. You twisted yourself into a pretzel. And Chris said, yeah, I love these exploding trade offers. I get more like exploding diarrhea. And let me see. I know somebody. Yeah, we're gonna get yeah, guys aren't going cheap right now. They're definitely not gonna be going cheap. Sorry, guys. All right. Let's see. And Frizzell said it's weird. No one has traded yet since the start of the season except me. I get these offers from 5 different people. Surprised no other trades went through. Yeah, bullshit trades, right? M. Dave, what up? Do you trade Josh Downs for Ayuk? That sounds for Ayuk if you could get the deal done. Yeah, I would rather have Ayuk, but I mean, who's gonna do that? Like that kind of, I don't know. It's just insane. What up, Corbin? And what up, Jeff? Pop Douglas or Wandale? And I think that I'm leaning on. I'm going to lean on Wandale because screw playing people in London. Interesting. In the Marvel Multiverse of Madness, our 32 team league, a team traded to receive Tyler Algier and traded away Roquan Smith and Nick Bosa. Interesting. And Frizzell, he said everyone's different. I done trades with no communication. I done trades with communication that led to no trades. Yeah. Not saying that just communicating with someone's going to make a trade happen. And held Chubb all year. Brown's backfield is toast with injuries. You think gets back to form in a few weeks? I mean, it's going to depend on if their line actually gets back to form. That's one of the things that's kind of sucked, for him. And so I'm nervous about that just in general. They legit have one of the worst offenses in the league, and it's not just about losing Amari Cooper. And Frank said, salute. If Hawk is back this week, would you start him over Ertz? Probably. I probably would, but still got to follow. Still got to follow. For Zoe, if Goddard doesn't play, do I pick up? I don't know. I guess I don't really want to. I don't know about picking up the Calcaterra or whatever with the two guys back. It's gonna be tough, for any of the tight ends to get anything, including Goddard. Terrell picked up Drake May as a third QB option. Saw Tours dropped. Should I drop May for Tua? Hell yeah. So yeah, do that. Super flex and someone drop Tua. Man, he's getting closer to coming back. Tripping. What up, Big Bando? Najee or Bigsby this week? I mean, I like Najee. I don't know. Both have pretty toughish matchups, and I just don't want to play London guys anymore. What up, Bob? Bob in the house. Jeff Fryermuth or Otten? I'll go Otten. Really horrible matchup for Fryermuth. And Famelo, he said, start Bo Nix since Fields is now a backup. Well, Fields isn't officially a backup yet. So just throwing that out there. He's in a QB competition. So you're going to want to, you're going to want to make moves as if Fields not going to start. But, none of that is official yet, that Russ is starting over him. Nothing yet. They just said that it's going to be a QB competition. And for Zosa, excited to see, hopefully, Audric Estime can take over the Broncos backfield. Yeah. Quincy Superflexy, I kind of need help with my RBs. My RB is Kyren, Gibson, Bigsby, Corum, and Moss. That's horrible, dude. My QBs are made. Tua Wilson, had to drop Fields, and he wants Moss. I get Stafford. Would you take this trade? Well, like the first thing you tell me is I kind of need help with my RBs. So it's almost counterintuitive to trade away an RB if you're for a quarterback, if your RBs are super weak. I understand it's a super flex and Stafford might be more worth it, but Stafford's also sucked. There's a reason why someone's trying to trade him for Moss. Frank said, would you send Addison for Hawkinson? My tight ends is Henry. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah. Famelo, Dak got dropped this morning. Should I pick him up instead of Bo Nix? Yeah, but you can't play Dak this week because he's on bye, but I definitely would pick him up over Bo Nix. Frank said, thoughts on Purcell? I stashed him a few weeks ago. If he didn't get shot, I'd probably like him a little bit more because, man, he would have had a huge opportunity where everybody is hurt on the team, and now he's coming back when everybody's kind of healthy except for CMC. So I don't know. I would have liked him better had he not gotten hurt, because now I feel like no matter what, it's still gonna take time for him to get going. Let's say this was week 1. How many weeks does it usually take rookies to get going? 3, 4, maybe 5 weeks, So let's say he plays this week. We still got to assume it's going to take him 3, 4, maybe 5 weeks, before he really starts learning how things are going, developing the chemistry on field, like all that, because that's really what it is. It's like the chemistry with the quarterback. Like you need to be playing together for a certain amount of time, practicing for a certain amount of time until, you know, you actually start seeing that come to fruition. Brazil said, do I start Tua over Murray rest of the season if Tua is healthy? I think that those guys are going to be among similar elk that you're going to be starting them based on matchups. So no, I would not just blindly start either one over the other. Both are going to be very similar to me. And Jeff said, need a wide receiver. Both Watson and Dubs are on waivers. Who do you prefer? Probably Dubs. But either one, I mean, you know, if you need a wide receiver, either one should be good. Christian Watson gets hurt a lot. Joseph, should I offer Olave for Hunt? I have Pacheco. I don't know. I feel like whoever picked up Hunt would be selling hella high on Hunt, even though I know Olave is probably not going to do much for you over these next like couple weeks. I mean, I probably would, like, if you can't really lose at all, like you're playing for like right now versus like playing for like, you know, a championship, playing for, you know, end of the season type thing. Yeah, I would do it. All depends on your record. If you got a losing record, yeah, do it. Mark said, drop Spears, pick up Blake Corum as a stash. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'd rather have Spears. And Zeb, what up, bro? He said, I'm here in Vegas. He said, went to the Sphere. Shit is dope. Nice. Yeah, I haven't gone to the Sphere yet. Going to the Vikings Rams. Nice. When's that game? Oh, next week. Nice. Thursday night game. Dope. Okay. Here we go. All right. Here we go. What up? What up? It is Alex, the Fantasy Football Hustler, back at you, and I got another start and sit video for you guys. I'm breaking down every single position, every single game. We're talking about every single fantasy relevant player. If you are a very impatient person, look at those timestamps below, hit them, get to whatever game you want, and leave a like, subscribe, thumbs up. Let's go. Let's get into it. Every single game. Boom. Go. Ethan, do I trade Breece Hall and Zay Flowers for Bijan and Marv? Nah. I'm gonna say no. It's too even, man. You're like, you're winning on one side, you're losing on the other. It's like you're right in the same spot. Rush Lord, what up? Right in time for the starts and sits. Let's go. Frizil says someone in my league picked up Odell off waivers. Sneaky. Very sneaky. Almost a little too sneaky. Yeah, I don't think Odell's going to do shit. But who knows? We have a lot of guys who are surprising people right now. And man, we need way more likes. Come on, guys. I'm here answering all these questions. We're about to do starts and sits from every single game. And we got like half the people who've liked the video right now. Come on, man. We got so many people in here. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. All right. Yeah, Rush Lord starts and sits. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Rush. Let's get it. Uh-oh. Let's smoke it up. A fat ass bowl for Rush Lord before we started here. And Bob said, bro, in my league, dropped Juju for a kicker. I put out a waiver to drop Christian Kirk for Juju. Fingers crossed to get him on Friday. Man, it sucks that Christian Kirk is like so trash like right now because he should be so much better than what he is. Because I can't even say like, no, don't do it. Because like Christian Kirk's been so ass. Devontae Adams will wear number 17 on the Jets, says Adam Scheffner. Let's go. Bob, I ain't have Christian Kirk on my team this season. It sucks. It really sucks. Almost makes no sense how bad he's doing right now. Other than just like, they have no, like, I mean, Brian Thomas Jr., up and coming, you know, for sure. But I don't think teams are like really like trying to defend him like that. It's like everybody's throwing all their chips at Christian Kirk to like shut him down. It is working. It is working. He cannot handle the defense that they're throwing at him at all. Not at all. And Quincy said, Cup coming off IR. Drop one wide receiver. Lamb, Debo, Tank Dell, Mooney, Juju. I mean, it's either going to be Mooney or Juju. I feel like I'm dropping Juju. Dropping him like a bad habit. Get rid of him. Get rid of him for Cup. Yeah, such a headache. You ain't lying, man. You ain't lying. And Frizzo said, which team you think picks up Mike Williams from the Jets? Nobody, because Mike Williams sucks, dude. Like he sucks and he's always hurt. Like he's been hurt multiple times this year. And Quincy said, yes, hit the thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up, peeps. Do it. Let's go see how many peeps hit the thumbs up since I said something. All right. Nice percentage of the peeps hit the thumbs up. Appreciate you guys. But yeah, if we got double the amount of people that we have likes watching, you know, that's not good. That's not good. Just always remember, hit that like button. Like shaking hands when you walk in the crib, man. And Rushor says Rodgers wore number 8 because 12 is retired. Has to, right? Because wasn't number 12 Broadway Joe? Uh-oh. Carlton Davis will not practice today. Dan Campbell feels optimistic about his chances for Minnesota. Man, if Carlton Davis doesn't play, that's going to be way nicer for Darnold, way nicer for Justin Jefferson and Addison. Carlton Davis is pretty solid. Yay! Devo, the super chat work now. You the man. What up? Derek in the house. What up, Derek? All right, we're going to get to these starts and sits, but now we got to smoke a fat-ass bowl for Devo. Let's go. You the man. Nice. All right. Derek said on lunch. Let's get it. Perfect timing, bro.
Yeah, perfect timing. About to start a little puff give in this mother.
And Derek, when the hell are you done with training? Like, have you started smoking again yet? Have you started smoking again yet? All right. And everybody, just a reminder, if you don't see the green cross on your name anymore, because there was a lot of people who were gifted memberships by our man Nigel, but now you'll see that was more than a month ago. So those green badges are gone. Got to re-sign up, go join, get the membership flowing, get the green cross back, get all those emojis back. We got more emojis now than we ever have in the past. And we need to get more members so we can unlock more emoji slots. Let's go. All right. What up, Andre? All right. Derek's back. There we go. Fine. Derek, I didn't even get the memo, bro. I didn't even get the memo. Fate Rewind. How do you feel about Tyreek Hill? What do you think he's worth? He's worth a lot. I mean, Tua's getting closer to coming back. Oh, started this weekend. Nice. For the wedding? For the wedding? Partake because of the wedding? I hope so. Weed makes everything better, especially weddings. Yeah, there you go. Started at the wedding. See, perfect, man. I bet what it was is Derek heard that song. Celebrate good times. Come on. He's like, you know what? We're about to smoke a blunt. Let's go. I hope it happened like that. Like that would just be like even funnier for the story. Even if that's not how it happened, Derek, that's a story I want you to stick to. Woo. All right. That was the one right there, man. That was the one. I actually requested that. Can we just smoke a blunt? No way. No way. Did they actually play it? I mean, that one is, I'm sure that that's on like Spotify and stuff. I mean, it's on YouTube, obviously. Did they actually play it? That'd be super cool if they did, man. RIP to Big June getting played on the East Coast at a random wedding. Like, that'd be awesome. Oh, nice. He said they did play it. Let's go. I like it. I like it. And Fate say you think Tyreek Hill is worth Zay Flowers. Give me context. Do you have Tyreek Hill or are you trying to acquire Tyreek Hill? Let me know that because that's going to affect like the way that I answer these questions. Let me know that part first, Fate Rewind. Devo said he got the damn thing and said, hell no, I'm smoking. It was perfect timing though, right? I mean, Derek, you just got off of what? Training somewhat recently, right? Hasn't been like, because you were training in September still, right? Or am I wrong about that? Am I wrong about the timelines? Went outside to smoke after. Let's go. Christopher said, definitely need a blunt at a wedding. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Hey, Corbin with the super chat. You the man. You the man. Oh, nice, Derek. Just finished training. Sweet. Corbin, you the man. Thanks for the super chat, my brother. Let's see. 12-man, half PPR, IDP. Nice. Nice. Got Burrow, Diggs, Debo, Bijan, Connor, Theo Huxtable. Let's go. And then Ridley in the flex. Okay. Two flexes, Ridley and Javante. Okay. I'm trying to do whatever I can to get Ridley out of there. For real. I've been doing it. Like I've been going through all my teams like, man, Ridley just needs to get put on the bench right now. But I need to have someone not trash to like go in that spot. And let's see, the bench is Leggett, Michael Wilson, Roshan, Algier, Madison, Kendre Miller. And I feel you with the problem at the flex. I'm nervous about both those flexes for sure. But let's go see what are some matchups that we got this week. Who's Atlanta play this week? I can't remember off the top of my head. Like me actually doing the starts and sits, that goes through my whole process. Like, just remembering who plays who and all that. Man, Falcons against the Seahawks. Algier over Ridley, potentially. He said, what up, Jamie? He said, sell Madison now after his huge game. And let's see. Hey, what up, Bakes? What up, bro? Okay. Here's why I might like Michael Wilson this week. Okay. Assuming Marvin Harrison plays. Marvin Harrison Jr. is probably going to be matched up on Asante Samuel, the number one cornerback. He's really good. He's really good. I'm not saying that he would completely shut down Marvin Harrison Jr., but he would blanket him so much that I bet a guy like Michael Wilson would be getting a bunch of targets. So I that's who I'd be considering. Michael Wilson and Algier and Leggett potentially. Like I do like Leggett this week going up against the Commandos. The Commandos are, I mean, they're giving up extreme booty to the wide receivers and quarterbacks. You know, I mean, after Derrick Henry, they're giving up extreme booty to the running backs, you know, too. But it's like they give up like a lot of points to everybody except the tight ends. And like, good for the Panthers because we're not really worried about their tight ends. But those would be three guys who I would potentially get in there over Ridley and Javonte, Leggett, Michael Wilson, and Algier because of matchups this week. So, yeah, I feel your flex problems, bro. I feel it. Yeah, I feel like I would I'd probably do that. And, yeah, get Javonte out, man. Damn Thursday night games. Yeah, coach says he wants to get Ridley more involved. That's why I'm asking her. I'd bench him. And seeing, like, it's not, I mean, shit, he had like 8 targets last week. Like, you know, it's not necessarily that they're not getting him involved. It's the quarterback sucks so much that he can't give him catchable balls all the time. And I know he dropped like 1 or 2, you know, and I said, sweet man, just needed reassurance to bench him because it's Wednesday, bench his ass. It may change. It may change over the course of the week, but trust me, he's getting punished on my team as well too. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. You may have to go punch Will Levi's in the face or something, but he's going to know we mean business. He's going to know we mean business. And Carlos, what up? 10-teamer, Dynasty, 4-2. Send a 2025 first for Zay. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah, you need wide receivers like that? Do it, man. Do it. And Daniel, Terry and Hunt for Marvin Connor. Yeah. The Roll. What up, bro? He said on a train, it's so boring. Where the hell are you going, man? Where are you going? And like a train where you're going across town, or like a train where you're going from like city to city, state to state? Jamie said, I like Michael Wilson last week, started him over Evans. All right. Let's go. Big Bando said Mooney, Ingram, Chubb if he's back for the last flex spot. As of right now, I'm leaning Mooney, but that could change. Yeah, Legett's coming around, and it's a really good matchup. Like, why was Zay Flowers a start? You know, because they were going up against the Commanders like last week. You know, like it's an easy start for damn near any wide receiver against Washington because it's give up extreme booty, man. Has given up extreme booty. And Andre said, yep. He said, man, Levi's just a dog. Don't like Levi's. Get somebody else over there, damn it. And Fate Rewind, I have Zay Flowers. He's on my bench. Oh, okay, we'll be looking to acquire Tyreek. I'm at this point 5-1, and he's 2-4. Well, what I'd be trying to do instead of trading a Zay Flowers, someone who has a lot of potential that he just showed last week. I know it was a great matchup, but still killed the matchup. I would be looking that person who's 2-4. You have to go look. They probably have some weaknesses, and like trading Zay Flowers for Tyreek Hill, that doesn't fix a weakness necessarily for a person. I mean, it kind of does, but it's more just like a Band-Aid. You know, you got to figure out like. Look a little bit farther down on your team. Is there like 3 players that you could trade that person where maybe 2 of them are starters? You know, they're not necessarily like starters for you, or maybe they're like flex consideration guys, but they'd be starters for that team because that team's so bad. Because if you can do that and you can trade a couple pieces, you know, for their Tyreek Hill, I mean, that's like mutually beneficial, right? And Rush Lord said, so Mr. Bigsby is back on the waiver wire last week. I was blocked from using them for my number 1. To get him, I dropped him for the waiver cycle. Do I get him with my number 1? It's Saturday morning. I guess I would just hold because I'm pretty sure they're going on bye after this week, right? And I kind of don't want to play him in London. So I would, I feel like I would just hold on that right now because he's not worth the number 1 waiver wire anymore. He was a couple weeks ago, and then he fluked us. So like, lucky he wasn't on your team. You know, lucky you did drop him like when you did, because he fluked someone this week. And if that person started him, they probably got hella pissed. Just drop him right away. Fuck this guy. He made me fucking lose. You know that's how it happened. And Banks, can't believe I got Addison off waivers and the wafers too. Yeah, it's well, you know, not the deepest benches, and there's some stacked teams, bro. There's some stacked teams for sure. And it's like, because even in mine, like I'm trying to like drop, you know, somebody to like pick up players. I'm like, damn, my whole team's stacked. I don't want to drop anybody. And Bob, what time do the Wednesday practice reports come out? Need to know Aaron Jones and Cook status. Well, it's a little bit different for every team. So like East Coast teams, they'll be coming out between like a half hour ago and an hour and a half from now. You know, it's like a 2-hour window where a bunch are coming out. So, you know, James Cook. And then Central between like 10 and 12 West Coast time. So over the next couple hours as well. And Big Bando, you think if Chubb comes back, I should start him over Kirk or Ingram in the flex? Over Kirk for sure. I don't know about Ingram though, but yeah, I would be interested in starting him versus the Bengals. And Derek said, Huss. He said how much I dropped to get Sean Tucker back in the 21. Oh, it has to be
69, dude.
69, or was it a smooth 55? And Cam said, about to rip a bowl myself. Cheers, brother. Cheers, homie. Cheers. And Cam, you new to the channel? I don't recognize the name. I say people's names so often that I usually like names are embedded in my brain. And Jamie said Aaron Jones might not be good because they acquired Cam Akers. Yeah, that was a weird move, Ray. I feel like Aaron Jones is going to be missing a couple weeks. Makes me nervous that his injury is more serious. Yeah, I mean, they didn't put him on IR, but still, what if he does miss 2 or 3 weeks, you know? That would be kind of lame. It really would. And Big Bando said, Leggett, Schuster, Watson, rank these wide receivers. Like ranking them for what? For this week? Probably the way that you put it right there. Leggett, Schuster, and Watson. 71. Smart. He said new. He said I'll sub and I'll throw some questions while I smoke. Perfect. I'm going to be getting into the starts and sits right now. And so good information. I'm going to be going through every single game and talking about pretty much every fantasy relevant player. Spent too much to get him. For sure. What was the next closest? I mean, I think the most I threw down on him was 31. Even in maybe 41 in places where I had a bunch of money. I think I overdid it. I bet you did. And Jamie said, I beat you out by $2 on Tucker. I'll sell him to you for 69.
69, dudes.
I'm not worried about the battle of the brands. My team is pretty solid over there. Like, you know, a couple injuries, but we're looking good. Finally caught 2 dubs in a row, not going up against the top scoring teams in the league. Thanks, Jamie, for being number 1. And Rush said, good observation. We saw what happened to Jones last year. Yeah. And that they did that move yesterday. I mean, the Cam Akers one was so blah that nobody cared about it compared to Cooper, Adams, you know, and all that stuff. Okay, he said I was the next one. I think you overdid it. Yeah, you thought someone was going to throw down 69. That's why you threw 71. Yeah, a lot of people are out of money. Like there was some where I got him, I think, for 31 and got like Dearness Johnson for 21, where people were only putting down like a couple dollars. So if I had more time, I would have done more research to like see who has how much money and all that kind of stuff. But didn't have time to do the research. Just had to get down to biz. Make the percentages based off of who, you know, how much money I had. Big Bando. Okay, so we riding the Panthers wave this week. Yeah, versus Washington. Yes, sir. Hell yeah, dude. Good matchup for Chuba. Good matchup for Leggett. Good matchup for Dalton. Yes, sir. Good matchup for Deontay. Yep. The only ones I would not be starting, you know, just randomly would be their tight ends, but I doubt anybody's doing that. And Fate Rewind, what week Tua predicted to come back? I mean, I think they put him on IR. What would that be? Week 3 that they put him on IR? So 3, 4, 5, 6. I bet it's soon. I bet it's within the next 2 or 3 weeks. Got to be getting close. And Cam the Ham, should I start Devontae Adams, Cooper, Mason, Bucky Irving at the flex? Said already starting Henry, Mixon, Diggs, and London. Right now, I think I'm leaning on Mason. Pretty sure they said he wasn't going to miss it. Never mind. I'm not leaning on Mason because I got the Chiefs. Shit, I guess right now I'm leaning on Bucky until we get more information about Adams and Cooper. But Cooper, decent matchup versus the wait. Looking at his old team. Hold on. Cooper, horrible matchup versus the Titans, actually. So I wouldn't be starting Cooper. And then who the hell the goddamn Jets play? The Steelers. Yeah, I'd be interested in playing Devontae Adams versus the Steelers. And Sal said, wait, you're all in on Tucker for some reason? No, I'm not all in on Tucker. That's why Jamie beat me because I didn't put a lot of money and didn't give a fuck about him. So no. Just doing the due diligence of picking up depth pieces. No, not all in on Tucker. Not at all. I'm not all in on anybody on the Raiders. I'm actually out on everybody on the Raiders for the most part. And Ethan, what if I do Hall Flowers for Bijan Evans? Well, here's the thing. I usually don't like condone sounds like a weird word, but it's like I usually don't say go for trades like that unless you seem like the outright winner. And you don't seem like the outright winner. Oh, Sean Tucker, not Trey Tucker. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and just doing my due diligence, like I said, yeah. See, too many Tuckers. Now we got multiple Tuckers. And so I figured it wasn't that big if it was behind White and Bucky. Oh, well, we just got to think. There's been a lot of injuries over there. So it's really just keeping your pockets loaded somehow. And potentially trading them to the person who has Bucky or Rashad White. Like, that's always an option. And Big Bando, so start Mooney over Kirk. And Ingram over Kirk. Yeah. There, keep getting alerts that my Cowboys are eyeing Miles Sanders at RB now. Why? It's straight trash, dude. That's why the Cowboys suck. Man, Derek, I know that you know this too. Jerry Jones is horrible. The way they're managing people's contracts is horrible. The way that they are waiting so long to pay people. Like, dude, you guys literally could have had Derrick Henry. They would have done the CD shit last year. Like, you guys would literally have Derrick Henry right now. They would have done the Dak shit last year. Not only would have been cheaper, but you would have like not been having to worry about that shit going into this year. And the Cowboys are where RBs go to be mediocre, so Miles will fit right in. Yeah, you ain't lying, bro. You ain't lying. And Evans, I got offered Mike Evans. I give up Chubb and J-Mo. You like the deal? Mike Evans has been kind of blah. You know, it's like he goes in spurts of like doing amazing and then doing super mediocre. So like that's the reason why I'm not super excited about trading for an Evans. Frank said 2 is eligible to return in week 8. Okay, so this is last week officially on IR. Well, I mean, if they wanted to be. And Evan said, if I make the trade, I'm going to try to trade for another RB. I mean, yeah, just don't make a trade just to like force you to make another trade as well. Because it doesn't always work out that way. And Cam said Bauer is the only viable Raiders option. Maybe Myers in a deep league after the season. Yeah, maybe after the season. I mean, he's on IR right now, but I'm not excited about Bowers anymore because now the teams are going to be keying in on him because he's the best guy. Look at what was happening to Travis Kelce when he was getting double and triple teamed on every single play. Like all this news like hurts Bowers like tremendously. All right, peace out, Derek. We'll catch you later, bro. And Steven said, Reed or Marvin Harrison Jr. rest of the season. Give me the context. because I like both. I mean, I want to say Marvin Harrison Jr., but Reed's been so good that like I'd rather have Reed for. I mean, talking just this year. And Rush Lord, Hus, I got Guarendo, San Fran free on waivers last night. Is he a hot item for this weekend? Well, he cooled off. He was hot last Thursday, but now that they said that Mason probably not going to miss any time, you know, the flavor went from being like one of the best to probably one of the worst amongst the waiver wire pickups. But at least you got him for free. Like I might try to sell somehow to the Mason or the CMC guy. South said, I bet Jay Williams is the most common name in football. I've been getting a lot of Jay Williams. Got a lot of Jay Williamses out there, that's for sure. And David said, look at how Pollard's doing. He said the Cowboys threw him out last week's like trash. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, Cowboys, they're fucking up, dude. They are fucking up. What up, JPZ? What's going down, bro? Brazil, would it be stupid to start Estime over Juju in the flex? It would be stupid to start him this week. This week specifically, like he hasn't shown it yet. And like at least Juju's still like the number one over there, you know, on paper behind Travis Kelce. So would it be stupid to do it? Yes. Does it mean it won't work out? Like, I mean, shit, I don't know. Like Estime could outscore him, but I do think that it would be not a smart move, especially because it's a Thursday game as well. That's another reason. Big Bando. So remember I just got Kelce, got offered Deontay for Ingram. Thoughts? I'm not mad at it, especially if you need to improve your wide receivers. I mean, it's a big matchup for Deontay this week, like big easy matchup with Washington. So it'd be a good time to trade for him. Oh, Pickens for Ingram, not Deontay. That's a horse of a different color, and it's not as exciting. Yeah, Cam said true. KJ, what up, homie? Wide receivers or Mike Evans, Deontay, Cooper, Garrett Wilson, picked up Juju and Christian Watson. Should I try a package? Make a trade for an elite RB1 or rock out with the receiver core, playing wide receivers in the flexes off matchups. Well, I'm always trying to make trades where you can. You know, if you can turn two of those wide receivers into one boss RB, hell yeah, man, do that because it's, you know, that's what you want to try to do. You want to try to trade your depth pieces to really tier up because you'll be able to get people off of waivers. Like, are they going to be as good as, you know, some of those guys you mentioned? Maybe or maybe not. It depends on what happens, but you have to keep picking up those guys. So yeah, I would say do that. Try to make a trade, try to tier up, you know, somehow. And yeah, go look at the teams that are not doing so hot. Like go look at teams that are like almost about to be eliminated from playoff contention, because you know there's a couple, the 2 and 4s, the 1 and 5s. Make a big time trade with someone like them, someone who's not been doing so well for them, and you trade the hot pieces, you know, that you just picked up, and trade them 2 or 3 pieces for, you know, that one piece. Bob, Shakir worth holding on to over Christian Kirk? Yes. Trying to acquire Juju. Yes, I would hold Shakir over Christian Kirk, even with Cooper going over there. Bang and play. What up? Should I trade Mike Evans for A-Chain? I would debate it. A-Chain being hurt and all that, and the Dolphins kind of being in shambles, makes me cause to pause a little bit. But I would entertain that for sure, especially if you got a plethora of wide receivers, but you know, not so much running backs. Brazil, how about dropping Drake May from the bench for Estime, or just hold May just in case it becomes Jaden Daniels? He ain't gonna become Jaden Daniels, I'll tell you that much. They don't have the type of team that Washington has. I'd probably pick up Estime for him. It's a single QB, right? And King D, what up, bro? It's going down, my brother. Matt said Stroud or Baker. Ooh. Probably going to go Baker on Monday night. It's tough, though, man, because I don't want to sit Stroud. Matt said Ingram or McBride. I'll go McBride. Matt, Bengals or 49ers defense? Bengals, baby. Cam, should I drop Andrews for Otten, Schultz, or Freiermuth? So I like Otten's matchup this week, and I feel like he could be a good volume play. Let me see. How have the Bucks been against shutting down wide receivers? Yeah, Bucks kind of middle of the road against tight ends. So I'm not scared of that matchup either. But yeah, I like Otten's matchup better. Matt said Shaheed, Sutton, Neighbors, Chuba, Brees, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Neighbors, Brees. Oh, actually, man. I guess Sutton. Yeah, it sucks. Because I want to start Chuba and Brees this week. Tim said Hurts, Baker, Purdy. I am leaning on Hurts. Yeah, leaning on Hurts. Man, I really want to start Baker. Might play Baker. And Tim, Shaheed or Kirk. Neither. Shaheed, I guess, because he gets punt returns now. Otten or Henry. Otten. Hassan, hey there. I guess the Super Mario Party Jamboree is on Nintendo Switch today. Ooh, interesting. For Zill, I dropped Leggett. For Pop Douglas, low-key want to get Leggett back. Yeah. Just try. Just try. And Bake said, would you rather have Chase and Amon-Ra or Gibbs, Debo, Neighbors, full PPR? See, like, so much more context needs to go in this because one of them, 2 top-end wide receivers, but the other one, like, how bad do you need Gibbs? I feel like I feel like I want Chase and Amon-Ra side, but, it depends on how bad you need that running back. If Russ is named the starter, should that boost Pickens' value? Kind of, yeah. A little bit, not a lot. What up, Zach? Baker, Love? Ooh. Baker. Close, though. I'm going to say, what do you think about the what? The same? Who are we talking about? Who is that? What up, Song? Said sit one at a Kirk, Mooney, Watson, or Waddle. Kirk. Yeah, Kirk. Bigsby or Sean Tucker. Man, neither. Bigsby, I guess. Jamie said Shaheed might be out. Yeah, it's still early for a lot of these guys. KJ, Kate Otten, Taysom Hill. Kate Otten, I don't know if Taysom Hill is going to play, but I feel like I'd play Taysom Hill if he plays, but I don't think he's going to. Tyree, Jordan, or Stroud. Same game. Love. Shaheed or Worthy? Leaning on Worthy, Zach. Cam, should I keep Andrews and drop Tolbert for Otten just in case already wide receivers already stacked? Yeah. Yeah, I don't just want to I don't want to drop Andrews if I can, if I can hang on to him somehow. Tyree, Moss, Amari, Kirk, Zamir, flex one. Leaning Moss. Tyree, Kraft, Pitts, Ingram, leaning Kraft. Big said I got Mason and Bijan as well. Okay. But is that all you have? Because Mason might not be that good in a couple weeks. Frank went open, bench spot, Vidal, Tucker, right. RBs are Wilson and Douglas. Also, someone dropped McConkey. Like, I'm just trying to think, like, which Wilson? Like, is it Michael Wilson? I feel like Pop Douglas or Michael Wilson would be the guys. Maybe Michael Wilson. Matt, Shaheed, or Sutton. I'll go Sutton. Zach trade Ken Walker and Xavier Worthy for Derrick Henry and Wandale. I mean, if you can make that happen somehow, yeah. Tyree, Cousins, or Mahomes. Kind of leaning on Mahomes. JP, should I trade Mike Evans for Marv? Nah. Frizil said, I'm 1-5. Is my season over? Not yet. I said the 2-4s and the 1-5s whose seasons are almost over. Because you lose 3 more games, you're done for sure. Well, you're not done for sure, but you're done in like 95% of leagues if you lose 3 more games. So that's what you got to be working to, where you don't lose those 3 games. It all starts right now with a win. Tyree said Ingram or Ertz. Ingram. Tyree. T-Lar, Stroud. Zach add Christian Watson, drop Juwanna Jennings. Yes. Big man, no. Najee and Ingram or Connor and Pickens. Which side do you like more? Like neither. Because you're losing on a player, you're winning on a player. So I would only make this trade if I really, really had to. But I guess the Connor and Pickens, but I hate Pickens. Bakes, Chase Brown, Mostert, Algier, and Tank on the bench. So I'm pretty RB heavy, but all fringe flex starters. Yeah, for sure. Hopefully Chase Brown turns into more than that. Okay, said Mike Wilson at Marv. Yeah, I might pick up it's one of those wide receivers. It's either Micah Wilson or Pop Douglas. Kind of leaning Pop. But this week's probably going to suck for him because they're in London. And John Cousins, Richardson, Gino. Leaning Gino. Bake said I have Chase and Higgins on the same team with Burrow, though. And you're saying that's a bad thing or a good thing? And if it's a bad thing, why would Chase be the one that you'd be trading away? Because I don't know. You say that. I mean, like I'm reading it and you're like, I will. Oh, you will have him because you're trying to acquire them, right? Okay. Yeah, that you're trying to acquire them. Well, see, I'm not going to make a trade based on that either. I want those guys as long as you feel like you could weather the RB storm. I'd probably do that. Because Amon-Ra and Chase, no matter how you slice it, there's going to have a lot more value than those guys. Brazil. Sure, RB handcuff over Juju. No. But who? Don't just say start an RB handcuff. Tell me which RB handcuff you're talking about. And Zach start 2, Aaron Jones, Josh Downs, Tank Dell. Downs and Tank Dell until we hear more about Aaron Jones. JP, start Wandale, Downs, Bigsby, Tracy. I'm going to say Wandale until we hear more news. What up, Tim? Goff or T-Law? Goff. KJ, rest of season stash. Well, just remember, literally rest of season stash could end next week. So there's no next of season stash. Who are we going to stash right now? How about that? Right, Sean Tucker, Vidal, or Ray Davis? Ray Davis. Tim, Schultz, or Njoku? Leaning Schultz in this matchup. Tim said Jones, Cook, Devontae, Amon-Ra, Shaheed. One wide receiver, one RB, one flex. Deontay, Mike, Amon-Ra and Deontay. That'd be the wide receiver and the flex. And then I'll say James Cook, but shit, I mean, both of them are Aaron Jones and James Cook are both hurt right now. Tim Conklin or Parkinson, Emma Holmes or Baker. I'm going to say Parkinson, and I'm going to say Mahomes. John, Hurts or Kyler? Hurts. Cam, should I trade Mason for someone like Pollard since I have CMC? So, you'd be trading Mason away? I feel like I just hold him. Zach Demario Douglas. Add Demario Douglas. Drop Leggett. I'd probably hold. Probably hold on that move specifically. Like Ray Davis over Juju if Cook is out. Yeah. Or like add Ray Davis. Big for sure. That's what I'm thinking. Gibbs may lose value if Monty gets more reps and red zone looks. Why? But Monra and Chase will always have value like CMC. Yeah. And you already know wide receivers hold their value longer. What up, Pam? JP, should I continue to hold Rashad? Yeah, like versus dropping him. I think so. Yeah. All right. I've been slacking on getting the starts and sits. So we got to, we're going to power through this. Okay. I already did the little intro. First game on the slate. Another really bad Thursday night game. We got the Broncos going to New Orleans to play the Saints. I'm just going to blanket start saying sit everybody on Thursday night. How about that? Anybody really want to start Bo Nix or Javonte or Cortland Sutton or Troy Franklin, Adam Troutman? Hell no. So yeah, I'm always going to be leaning on sitting Thursday players, like bad players and bad matchups. Like we're not going to play players just to play them on Thursday anymore. It's one of the stupidest things that we can do. So yeah, we're going to not play any of these Broncos. And now to the home team side of things, it makes it real easy to just blanket sit everybody when it's Spencer Rattler that's going to be playing out there because it did not look good last week at all. The only reason Shaheed even saved his day is because he got that punt return touchdown. So yeah, Alvin Kamara, literally the only person that I would be even starting over here. There is going to be no Derek Carr, so it's Spencer Rattler, Olave, Shaheed, Tipton, like maybe Joanna Man Johnson or Foster Moreau if you're like super, super desperate. I'd probably play Taysom Hill if he plays because it's a short week. I doubt he plays. So make sure you guys are coming back. But yeah, this Thursday game is going to be garbage. The only person out of both teams that I'm even going to recommend is just Kamara. And yeah, that's all I got to say about that. Now, in addition to the Thursday games sucking, these London games really, really suck as well. And we got the Patriots taking on the Jaguars in London. Jaguars have actually been there for a week, so they got a little unfair advantage. For the Patriots, I'm sitting everybody. I do not want to start Drake May. I do not want to start Stevenson. He'd be probably the only one that I would start if he's healthy. We got to see what happens throughout the injury reports this week. Demario Douglas, Boutte, Polk, Hunter Henry, like maybe Hunter Henry in like a dart throw situation if you're super desperate at tight end. I'm just not going to start anybody in these London games anymore. They've sucked, and it sucks waking up to seeing your players sucking. Doesn't it? Right or wrong? Throw it in the comments. What's worse, Thursday night games or these early-ass London games? Which one do you say is worse? Throw it in the comments. And right, Corbin said they both suck for fantasy. Damn right. Damn, Zach said he spent 504 on Derrick Henry and the guillotine too. Man, good move, bro. Good move. Now to the home team side of things on paper, especially because they've been over there a week, it's going to be like they're like a legit like home team versus the Patriots who are just coming out there this week. Trevor Lawrence, sitting him. ETN, already declared doubtful. I don't want to start Bigsby. I don't want to start Dearness Johnson. It sucks, man. Christian Kirk, Brian Thomas Jr., Gabe Davis, all bums, man. Brian Thomas Jr. is the only one who I'd really want to play. And like, maybe the reason why someone wants to play Gabe Davis is because he's going to be such an afterthought because they're going to be covering Kirk and Brian Thomas Jr. Maybe that's why you start Gabe Davis. But I just don't want to start anybody from this game. Evan Ingram, maybe if you're, if you need a tight end. I mean, tight ends are just different because there's like very few, like even halfway decent ones. But yeah, I don't want to start Lawrence. I don't want to start Kirk. I'm not chasing those Gabe Davis points. I'll start Brian Thomas Jr. ETN's doubtful. It's all bad. It's all bad for the Jaguars. It is all bad for London. Yes, let's get our pieces out of there. All right. Bakes known as time to wake up at 6:30 on a fucking Sunday. Damn right, man. Bakes said Thursday nights are better than London games. Yeah, they both suck for fantasy. Russell said the London games fucking sucks. Carl says Neighbors a top 10 pick to next year if Jones is still the QB. Top 10 pick, like at the position, maybe, but I don't know. Probably not. I mean, it depends. Can he stay healthy? Because people are going to remember what he did at the, throughout the entire season. Shout out to Pam if I didn't shout you out. What up? What up? Jordan Reed of Alex predicts at the Browns. Take Shedeur Sanders with the number 1 pick. That's why you don't listen to ESPN. Yeah, I mean, they're just going to say whatever like sounds good. Steve. PPR, should I make any changes? Aaron Jones, Ken Walker. I mean, Aaron Jones probably isn't going to play this week. I don't think they would have got Cam Akers if he was going to play. Pollard, Austin Eckler, Irving, Jefferson, McLaurin, Bowers, Cooper, Dell. I guess I'm confused on what do you mean by should you make any changes? Like, should you go out and make trades? You should always be trying to make trades, but you have to got to go find a trade partner. Seawolves with Cup returning this week? Question mark. It's a big question mark. Must drop one. Have DJ Money, DJ Moore, Cup, Metcalf, St. Brown, and Lamb. You don't have anybody else that you can drop? I guess you're dropping DJ. I want to score more. Yeah, Russell at least is selling bombs on Thursday. Yeah, I get a few days to figure it out. Yeah, not a few hours. What up, Frank? Did you start Javonte RB2 or wait for Davis or Chandler? I have both on the bench. Probably just starting Javonte. Coach C, what up? Just wanted to say we all appreciate you, hustler. Appreciate you, Coach C. You the man. JPZ Thursday has been bad for football. Feel like London game is not far behind. Yeah. Seawolves with JT returning need to drop on. We don't know if he's returning. He's just questionable instead of out. Aaron Jones, I guess. This is crazy, man. This is why we got to play in deeper leagues, man. You shouldn't be having to drop one of these guys right now. And what up, Derek? Who wins? Amari Cooper, 2 Waddle and Mason. Probably Waddle and Mason, but it's close. You demand JPZ and Notorious TBG. Drop 2 for a kicker and defense. Jalen Wright, Tolbert, Dak Roschon. Jalen Wright and Tolbert. Zach got Ferguson on by my start tight end. I had Parkinson, Fant, or Henry. Probably Parkinson. Let's go. Let's get those likes up. Let's get those likes up. Of course, so do we like Ty Chandler's matchup or not? Hell no, dude. Versus the Lions? Horrible. Horrible. Lipsy said start Purdy or Kyler. I think I'm leaning Kyler. Okay. And Zach start 2, Mooney, Ladd, Najee. Mooney and Najee. Triple X Lex. I was trading my league Kittle in exchange for Andre and Wandale. Most are fine with it, but 2 guys are telling me I'm not doing my duties as commissioner if I'm okay with the trade. I think those guys should S a D because it depends on what's going on. Like, I bet the person who has Kittle probably has another tight end. Ooh, I said Devontae Adams is going to be a full participant in today's walkthrough practice. There we go. It's just a walkthrough, so I mean, I don't know how much they're doing on the walkthrough specifically. And Triple X Lex as a commission, I don't vote unless I have to, and I don't veto unless it's obvious collusion or if it makes a team unfair. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that you could go and look, and I bet the Kittle person probably has another tight end. That's what I would assume. Probably another good one, and they got Kittle at good value. And like, even though Kittle's probably the better tight end, like, what if they got like Kittle and Kelsey or something like that? And they're like, I'm just gonna move off of Kittle because his value's high, and then I got Kelsey. Like, it's people's logic a lot of times. But is it unfair? No, I don't think it's not unfair. I don't think it's collusion. It's 2 players who've been better than flex plays for someone who's been one of the better tight ends. I mean, right now he is like the best tight end. I think that's why people are bitching. London will always be meh. Games are going to send the Chiefs and the Niners over entertainment show in Dallas. Yeah. Lipsy, 2 flex spots. Cook, Bigsby, Monty, J-Mo, Terry. Monty and Terry. And South said like Bills and Survivor. 1,000 over 1,000 got eliminated weeks 1 through 5, and no teams were eliminated 6. 1 of 17 left for 26K. Nice. I'm going with the Bills this week in Survivor. I am specifically, yeah. And Zach said Cup is back this week. I mean, is it official yet though? I gotta keep going with these starts and sits. I'm taking like way too much of my sweet time here. And Corey said you like Parkinson or Otten this week. I like Parkinson. So I'm just torn since one was on your video and one wasn't. Well, the reason why Parkinson wasn't on the video is because he's rostered in more than 50% of leagues. That's what you got to remember, is that those waiver wires, I don't talk about every single tight end, whatever position it is. I only talk about the ones that are rostered in 50% or less of leagues that people can actually go pick up. I always say that if there's someone better who didn't make my list, you can always ask about that. And I would take Parkinson over Otten. Big said Adams, Anti-Chandler, or Bowers in Dynasty. I mean, it's Bowers if you're rebuilding. And even then, I still kind of feel like it's going to be selling cheap on Adams. And yeah, if you're going for it, and you don't necessarily need Bowers, like, yeah, Adams is going to be nice. And hey, Sal with the super chat said people elect us, Pepsi, like it. Let's smoke it up. Let's get one more bowl, and then we'll get to some more matchups here. I got through the first 2 matchups, but we got more to get through. And who is next? Lions and the Vikings are next. And Russell, I traded Chuba and Ingram for depth. Traded away Mason and Downs and Gibson. Traded away waiver wire guys to add depth. Well, see, the waiver wire guys are your depth. Like, who did you trade them for, though? Because, like, yeah, the waiver wire guys, those are guys who become your depth. Like, you want to turn those guys into, like, guys who are potential starters on your team. I don't I don't condone trading, and it could just be the way that you're wording it, but I don't condone trading for depth. I want to trade for starters and turn my starters that I have into depth because I traded for someone better. Oh, traded for Chuba and Ingram. Okay. And Roberto, what up? You accepting J.K. Dobbins for Evans? I have Dobbins with Walker and Monty as my RBs. Don't really have any RBs after that. I mean, I haven't gone and looked at like bye weeks for like next week or whatever, but yeah, like, are your wide receivers hurting? Like, why do you want to trade for Evans? Or was that just something that was sent to you? Zach isn't Downs, Juju, Christian Watson, JSM, and I'm gonna say JSN and Juju or Slayton. Slayton. Yeah, I think JSN and Slayton. And of course, thanks for the insight, Parkinson or Conklin, and then Likely or Taysom. Parkinson over Conklin. And as of right now, Likely over the other two, but I don't think Taysom Hill plays tomorrow. Like, I really don't. So if he does play, that would make me like change it because I probably do want to play him if he plays. But I don't think he's going to. Let's see. Do I even start Gibbs this week with the Vikings defense? Because I got Cook, Bigsby, Monty, and Walker. Probably. I mean, I wouldn't force him in there because like Monty and Walker, I would feel good about starting them and leaving Gibbs on the bench or even in a potential flex spot. Yeah, but I would start Monty and Walker though. And Triple X Lex, should I pick up Caleb if I have Mahomes? Do you have anybody else? Like, do you have like? What I'm say is like, is Mahomes the only QB that you have? And are you dropping anybody who's like actually like is just like last man on the bench, someone who's not really like that good for you, you know? And Jamie said, Fantasy Football Hustler Challenges jump to our most watch on YouTube. Let's go. And how do you check that, Jamie? Very curious, but yeah, let's go. And Pam said, Adams is playing. Should we fire him up?
All right. Fire him up.
I feel like in most situations we are. And Corey said, I'm sorry. Oh, which one out of those 5? Okay. It seemed like it was 2 separate questions. Parkinson. Yeah. Triple X Lex drop Sermon for Caleb. Okay. Yeah, I'm with that. And I have no other QBs besides Mahomes. Yeah, I'm good with that. Pam said it's going to wind up being Demon or Stevenson. Which one? Probably David Montgomery. Like, screw these damn London guys, man. And Jarrett, what up, bro? Shout out to the Who Dat Nation. He said, who gets to start, Darnold or Geno? Ooh. I'm going to say Darnold off the bye. Yeah. Yes, David Montgomery. Let's go. Jamie said it pops up at the top of my list on subscriptions. Okay, cool. Nice. I like it. Jamie, you the man. And Jamie, we really got to start getting your cornerback wide receiver matchup showcased on the channel here. You know, could be a little video that you record and send it in and I just play it. And maybe it's like, you know, a 3 to 5 minute video or something like that. It could be you coming on the channel to get the information. It could be, you know, you just sending me all your information and then me digesting it for the people. Parkinson, Corey, not starting Mark Andrews. Screw that guy. I don't care that he got a touchdown. I'm not chasing it. Bucks have actually been pretty tough against the tight end as well. Well, middle of the road. How about that? Maybe not tough, but middle of the road at least. All right. Back to the starts and sits. All right, next game on the docket. We got the Lions going over to Minnesota to play those Vikings who are fresh off a bye. Most people in this game were just starting. Jared Goff, starting him. Amon-Ra, starting him. Sam Laporta, maybe there's a cause to pause, in there. But I would say start him because the Vikings, they've been giving up points to the tight ends. It's really a lot of the other positions that they don't give up points to. Yeah, it's really like that's just the position that they give up the most points to, because wide receivers, you can eat on them as well. It's the running backs who really haven't eaten on the Vikings. Like you look at their last 3 games versus the Texans and the Packers and the Jets, and like none of them really did anything like on the ground versus the Vikings. So I feel just super confident with David Montgomery anyways, with all the injuries that are out there, that he's just a must start. Gibbs would be the one. He's like a flex play to me. So he's the one where maybe you have a couple different options and maybe you don't go Gibbs, but I feel like more often than not, he's just going to get the nod in your flex spot anyways. So yeah, Jared Goff, Montgomery, Amon-Ra, Laporta, we're firing all those guys up at will. And Jahmyr Gibbs, I'm going to say play him, but he's more of like a flex role type of guy. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's get Minnesota pulled up over here. And now to the home team, the Minnesota Vikings, who are fresh off of a bye. The Lions, they've kind of been holding down QBs. I feel like the way that they shut down Dak like kind of skewed the numbers a little bit. I'm not afraid to play Darnold off the bye. He's been throwing too many touchdowns for us to be scared to play him. So I'm throwing him in there. Aaron Jones, we got to pay attention to what's going on with Aaron Jones this week. But they brought back Cam Akers. You see him here. He's the 3rd string running back now. They just brought him back from Houston now that Joe Mixon got healthy and made it back over to their starting lineup. I don't think they did that because Aaron Jones is super healthy. I think Aaron Jones misses this week. It's actually a good week for him to miss anyways, because the Lions, they are giving up like very, very little points to the running backs. The only running back that did good against them was Ken Walker, and that was it. Everyone else has done bad against them. So even if Aaron Jones doesn't play, if Aaron Jones plays, which I don't think is going to happen, I'm still leaning on potentially sitting him. So that means I really don't want to start Ty Chandler, really don't want to start Cam Akers, even if Aaron Jones does not end up playing. Because of that, though, I mean, we're always firing up Justin Jefferson. You don't even have to ask about him. But Jordan Addison, throwing him out there. Yep. And Naylor, because of the injury to the running back to Aaron Jones, I don't think a guy like Ty Chandler and Cam Akers are going to come in and be as effective as Aaron Jones is when he's at the top of his game. So Naylor, I would throw out there in a dart throw flex. And I don't think I want to play any of the tight ends unless TJ Hawkinson somehow comes back, because this is a really good matchup for the tight ends. But I don't want to play Josh Oliver or Johnny Munt. Hopefully TJ Hawkinson is back very, very soon. And what Jared said, I got Phillies D in now. He said, after watching a Team D video, really contemplating on picking up my Saints versus Peyton's BS Broncos. What you think? I mean, the Broncos have been super BS. I wouldn't be mad at it at all. But Philly going up against who the hell is Philly going up against? Why am I spacing on? Against the Giants. I guess we have seen like a tale of two giants. I feel like no matter what, we've seen the Broncos at their best. The only thing that sucks for the Saints defense right now is with no Derek Carr, the Saints are now put in bad positions sometimes because of Spencer Rattler. That's my only cause to pause is Rattler. And Lipsy should be fine with Terry Garrett on wide receiver, switch him to Devonta. I'd be fine with them. Devonta should be in your flex somehow. Triple X Lex got Najee, drop Vidal or Ray Davis for Warren. Probably Vidal. Yeah. And Lipsy, we did that one. Nick, would you trade Alvin Kamara for A-Chain, Dell, and Trey McBride? My other running backs are Gibbs and Aaron Jones. Probably. I mean, that's a lot. Joseph, hey man, 3-3. Got offered CD for Connor and Debo. CD's on buy. My running backs now. Taylor, K9, Connor. Well, what if Connor doesn't? I mean, what if Taylor doesn't play this week? Is that going to screw you over? And Pam said, geez, why use a waiver claim on Chandler? You just, sometimes we got to do the due diligence. Oh, Pep got possible trade scenario. Would love to hear your thoughts. Throw it in there. I'm recording some videos right now for the starts and sits, but throw it in there. I'll do my best to help. Corey Parkinson's or it's Joanna Man, Jatavion Sanders. I'm going Parkinson still. Lipsy, my flex at the moment. Cooks Gibbs is thinking on swapping out Cooks with Devonta. Yeah, I would. Yep. Do that. All righty. We got the Titans going up against the Bills. We got the visiting team, Will Levi's. Do not start. Tony Pollard, I would start against the Bills because they've been so bad against the run. But also, I would just be careful because if the Bills just put a molly-whopping on the Titans, I mean, the Titans are going to Buffalo. Buffalo hasn't been at home for a few weeks. I think they put a molly-whopping to the Titans. So I kind of don't even want to start Tony Pollard for that reason. But because of the injuries and how bad things are, you might have to. Calvin Ridley, I really don't want to start. DeAndre Hopkins, I don't want to start. Chig, we're not starting. Boyd, not starting. So really, Pollard's the only guy who's even maybe a start over here. Everybody else, nah, not this week. We're going to hear a bunch of this for those guys. All right. Song, what up, bro? Thanks for the super chat, homie. Christian Watson, Flowers, JMO, sit one. I think I am going to sit Watson. All right. Dang it. Gotta check something real quick. Let me put on a song real quick while I gotta check something in the background. And now to the home team, the Bills. I'll take a picture and we'll share this on social media. Yeah, 6 for 6. It's side A receives Stafford, Dalton, Kupp, Garoppolo, Juju, and Fields. Side B receives Kyler Murray, Jamison Williams, Michael Wilson, Trey Tucker, Tyrod Taylor, and DJ Chark. Do. But yeah, you look, it's like Murray for Stafford, Dalton, and Fields, I feel like. And then it's like J-Mo for Cup, like straight up. And then it's like a whole bunch of shit like sprinkled in, like outside of that. All right. Yeah, that's a ridiculous trade. It's in a dynasty league, not in a redraft league. And all right, one sec. Let me get a song going here so it's not just super quiet. A little bit better Adams trade. Adams and Cooper will get theirs, but other guys benefit. Yeah, they should. Mr. Wumbo, what sort of value you think Bigsby has with ETN and Johnson rest of the season? I mean, after like until last week, he had like really amazing value, and then we came back to earth, and like, you know, now it's not looking so promising. Like, it's crazy how like some of these guys' value can change so drastically from week to week. And he did. He trending as like a mid-level RB2, and now he's like maybe even a flex guy if you're lucky. So like not that great a value right now for trades anyways. Flappo said need to make space due to buys. Who'd you drop to make space? Downs, Mooney, Waddle, Eckler, Tracy, Dowdle. I mean, I guess Downs, if like Downs or Dowdle would be like the two guys that come to mind. That sucks though, like what having to drop those guys. Flappo said of Amon Ra, AJ Brown, McLaurin, Flowers, my receiver corps, Connor, Stevenson's RBs, Kelsey Hurts. Okay. I mean, you're looking good. You're looking good. So losing those guys shouldn't matter that much. What up, Jesse? What's going down, bro? Oh, and I didn't even read the last part of what you said there, Mr. Wumbo. Let's see. I trimmed, I think start trimmed to the ETN owner to do like a Pittman plus Bigsby for Higgins. I would be interested in that. I mean, thing that if it's Flacco, like I'd like Pittman a lot more. So that's like another thing. So maybe not Pittman and Bigsby for Higgins, but you're on the right path though. You're on the right path. Bigsby plus something for like a guy like Higgins as an upgrade. I would pick someone different though. And Ethan, do I trade Zay and Bucky for Nico? 12-man records 5-1. I probably would. Yeah. I mean, Nico, when he comes back, he should be higher than Zay, you know, just like in the way that we value him, as long as, you know, it's not as long as his hamstring wasn't like crazy detrimental or anything. They did put him on the IR fast though. All right. Okay. And he said, thanks, man. Current receivers are Chase, Zay, Ayuk, and RBs are Brees and Jacobs. Yeah, I mean, not really worried about Bucky, right? I mean, he's, you know, if you can trade him and use him as an upgrade, like all good on that. It's really just the Zay part and like Chase, Zay, Ayuk. I mean, you're replacing him with Nico, and then now you got Chase and Nico. So yeah, I'd be fine losing Zay, bringing back Nico. Sucks that you won't have him for like a couple weeks, but you know, that's you hope that Chase and Ayuk can hold it down either way. Of course, can you assist me on one-on-one trade advice later today? Yeah, for sure, bro. Yes, sir. And Ethan said, feeling good for this year. I want to get rid of Ayuk. I feel it, man. He's been so up and down. So up and down. So I am totally with you on that one. All right, we got Miami and the Colts coming up now. So how many more games do I have? Too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I still got 11 games to go. That means we got 22 games or 22 teams to talk about. And Quandor said, hey, man, I got Fields. I'm worrying they're going to bench him. Would you stash Caleb Williams or Geno rest of the season? Thanks, brother. I want to get Geno as of now, but both guys would be guys who would be worth grabbing, especially if you're going to lose Fields. Like, was Fields the only guy that you have over there? Because if they do bench him, you're probably just going to get rid of him, and then I'd pick up one of those other guys instead of him as well. Because I've never thought too highly of Fields as a quarterback, and like it's no surprise to me that it's a QB competition to see who's better right now. Just said who you flexing between Dell, Juju, Bigsby, Tracy Algier, Dell for right now. And Tyson, what up? Trade Dell and Javonte for Ramondre? Nah, I don't want to trade for Ramondre. He's been a little too up and down, especially as of late. Jamie said, I think Geno's leading the league in passing attempts. They've been passing it a shitload, bro. And with the wide receivers that they got, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? All right, here we go. I got an ugly game for you. Miami going over to Indy to take on the Colts. And we still got no Tua as of now. So it's Huntley. And it's going to be ugly. And Huntley, you're sitting. A-Chain. I don't know if he's going to play or not. We got to see. He got El Concusto. And we've seen guys miss multiple weeks for a concussion already. So I would say just make sure you're hanging around the channel so you get the updates of what's going on throughout the week. Because if A-Chain plays, I'm going to play him. I mean, the Colts are that bad. We just don't know if he's going to play or not. But I would start Raheem Mostert, whether A-Chain plays or not, in a flex role. If A-Chain doesn't play Mostert, it's kind of like an RB2 to me because the Colts have been so bad. And then Tyreek and Waddle. Man, it all depends on who you have. These guys are fringe starters to me right now. But I find it very hard to believe that coming off the bye that they won't get a little bit more creative in how to get them the ball. And Jonnu, if you're feeling lucky, but I really don't want to start him. And Odell Beckham Jr., he's going to be playing. Let's see how he does. I know there's a lot of people who are jumping out the window, for him. I wouldn't do all that. If they can't get Tyreek the ball and get him, going, like I doubt they're going to be able to get a guy like OBJ, going as well, who hasn't played football in a while, who hasn't played an actual game in a very long time, it seems like at this point. So, yeah, most of these Dolphins were just kind of leaning on sitting. It's been really bad. And come on, Tua, hurry up and get back. All right, Colts side of things. Now to the home team, the Colts. Anthony Richardson. Will they please bench him so we won't even have to think if we should start or sit him? Either way, Miami has given up like no points to quarterbacks. So Richardson, Flacco, either one of those guys, I don't want to play in this matchup in a single QB league. Superflex, we got to do what we got to do. Jonathan Taylor. We don't even know if he's going to play yet. They said he had a high ankle sprain, and usually high ankle sprains, you're out like around 4 weeks or so, 4 to 6 weeks sometimes. Let's see if he could get back this week. They didn't put him on IR. They made it seem like he was getting closer to starting last week than he was the week before, but that's kind of how it should be like every week. Now he should be closer to starting this week than he was last week, but we got to monitor it probably all the way up to game time. Whoever is the running back here, I do want to play, because the Dolphins have been so trash against defending the run. Michael Pittman Jr., Josh Downs, Alec Pierce, Mo Ali Small. I'm not starting any of them if it's Anthony Richardson. If it's Flacco, maybe I'll start Pittman or Downs. But the Dolphins have been giving up like a very little points to the QBs, very, very little points to the wide receivers. So I'd be very skeptical on starting any of the wide receivers or QBs over here for the Colts. And that's all I got to say about that. All right, let me see. Where did I leave off at? Larzo, thoughts on Amari now that he's traded? I don't like him this week, but I do like him for the rest of the season. CB Dizzle, QB1, help Fields make the NFL. Yeah. Lipsy said, I picked up your sneaky tight end in a few weeks for this week. Let's go. Let's go. We might need to get real sneaky. And Corey said, should I buy low on the injured Collins or do a trade Chubb and Stevenson for him? Like it depends on how much Chubb and Stevenson make a difference to your squad. You might like trading one of them plus a wide receiver might be a little bit easier to get the deal done. But you have to go look. Does that person even need to trade Nico? Like go look and see, like, will that actually be a good trade partner based on like just some of the things you see? Do they have a good record? Do they need a wide receiver, you know, or a running back like right now because Nico's out? Like, so do they need to have a void filled? Go look at all their starters and all that. Go look at every little piece of their team and just think about if you were them, would you trade Nico? Think about that too, because I know a lot of people don't really put themselves in the other manager's shoes, but like look at once you see their record, their other starters and everything, you'll think like, do I need to trade Nico right now? That's what it comes down to. Nobody's going to want to trade Nico. Do they need to trade him to fill something? And Mark said just offered Saquon and Waddle for Jefferson and Jameson. Pretty decent at wide receivers. DK, Reed, more. But lacking RB is a good idea. No. I'm going to say that I don't want to trade Jefferson for Saquon or vice versa. I want to figure out how to get them both on the squad. So what I would try to do, because Waddle's kind of like nothing, like right now. You know, you getting Waddle. I instead of Jefferson, like you're getting Saquon and Waddle, right? Like based on the way you worded this, I'm assuming that you need the running back. So I'm going to take Jefferson out of that trade. JMO's fine. Throw DK in that trade or throw Reed in that trade and then see if that's something that could get it done. But don't put JJ in there. Shakir on waivers. Should I pick him up? Hell yeah, bro.
Pick him up.
Let's go. Of course, they're my squad RBs. Henry, A-Chain, Cook, Stevenson, Chubb, Jefferson, Higgins, Slayton. This is the 3 bench league. Well, I mean, that's your squad. What about the other team's squad? Like, go look at their squad. Go look at their record. Go look at their starters and things like that. Go see if they're in bad shape. Yeah, go trade for Nico. They're like a team that's like towards the top of the list. Like, you know, you could maybe try to waste your time like doing that, but we just got to think of it logically. And Song, what up? JD5 or Purdy? I'm going JD5 on it. Cam, should I try to trade Mason for Pittman and Mooney for Kyren? I don't know. Because I don't want Pittman. Like, we don't know if it's like Flacco or not. And that's what kind of sucks. Yeah, kind of sucks. And I mean, if you could get Kyren for Mooney, like, I mean, yeah, I would do that. But the Mason for Pittman, probably not. Why? What do you mean, why? Have you looked at the matchups? One is going up against one of the best defenses in the league, and one is going up against one of the worst defenses in the league. Take a guess on which one's going up against one of the easiest defenses in the league. I'll give you one guess. Come on, Song. You can't ask me about Purdy just because you want to get emotional and play him. It's a way better matchup. I'm just giving you unbiased opinions. Could Purdy outscore JD5? Yeah, he could. He could also not because they're going up against the Chiefs. And sorry, spoiler alert on which one had the better matchup. All right, let's see. Seahawks now. Seahawks and the Falcons. And what Jamie's saying, he said, just got Jerry Jeudy off waivers in the Scott Fish Bowl. Beat out the bid for only $2, hoping Winston can start soon. Yeah. We can only hope. Song said Purdy's him, but I've got JD5 versus Carolina. Yeah, man. See, I'm not going to give you I'm the wrong person to ask about, if you should start your 49ers quarterback in a tough matchup over JD5, who's been killing it, versus like an amazing matchup, I wouldn't, I'd be the guy to talk you off of that ledge. But yeah, man, I mean, shit. We know Purdy's been doing his thing, and he's at home. Ryan said, redraft, would you send Nico plus ETN for Gibbs and Neighbors? Currently have a 3-3 record. Probably. It's not, I mean, Neighbors and Nico were kind of like competing for like top wide receiver spot, before they both got hurt. So I feel like the value on them is very, very similar. And I feel like I would rather have Gibbs than ETN, even though Gibbs has kind of been sucking in certain times, but ETN's really been sucking at certain times. So yeah, I probably would. And I don't really like making wide receiver, running back for running back, wide receiver trades, but in this case, I would, especially if like you need to win a little bit more right now and you're moving off of Nico and ETN, who are both hurt. Just say, who do I drop for Shakir? Bigsby, Juju, Tracy. Probably Bigsby, man. It's crazy. It's crazy how Bigsby was like the hottest name in fantasy football 2 weeks ago, and now he's like droppable because he cooled off. It's crazy to think. Next matchup that we got here. This one should be a high-scoring affair. I'm very excited to watch. It is the Seahawks going over to Atlanta to play the Falcons. And you're pretty much starting everybody over here. You're starting Geno. You're starting Ken Walker. Charbonnet, I mean, he's only startable in like your super dart throw flex consideration like type spots. Outside of that, we're not really starting them. DK, got to start him. It's going to be a tough matchup against AJ Terrell, but pretty confident that he can still handle biz. I like JSN in this game as well. I do like Lockett in this game as well. Lockett and JSN are both like flex plays to me. So you could give me someone who I think is a better matchup than those guys, but I do like both of them just in general this week in this matchup. And Noah Fant, I mean, out of all the bad tight ends that are out there, Noah Fant, I feel like is a start to me versus the Falcons. Falcons have been kind of tough against the tight end, but a lot of times they're giving up like middle of the road numbers, not like they're completely shutting down like players. So I think Noah Fant, that you could do a lot worse than him compared to some of the tight ends you might be considering starting. All right, Falcons, let's go. And now to the home team. Kirk Cousins, we're starting him. Bijan, starting him. Tyler Algier. I potentially would start him as a flex. It's a good matchup versus the Seahawks. Now, before I get to the wide receivers, let's talk about Kyle Pitts, someone who's been up and down and all around. It's a good matchup versus the Seahawks. I'm starting Kyle Pitts. And now the wide receivers is kind of just about the level of desperation that you have, because Drake London, we're starting him. Darnell Mooney, I feel like he's still one of the better flex options that you can play in general. So he's a start for me. And then Ray McLeod, it really just depends on how desperate you are, but he's been getting enough volume to where if you play multiple flex spots, I'd potentially get him in there. It's just a really good matchup all around for both teams, and we expect a lot of points on both sides of the ball. Let's get it. All right, Texans versus the Packers. Now we got the Texans going over to Green Bay and to Lambeau Field to play the Packers. Now these teams, unlike the last game that we talked about, defense is a little bit tougher, a little bit stingier over here. So CJ Stroud, he's kind of like a fringe starter to me this week. It does depend on who you have. I don't love him. I don't hate him. He's kind of just like a middle of the road guy to me with this matchup. Sergio Mix-a-Lot. I am starting him, though, going up against the Packers, who've been giving up a lot of points to the RBs. And Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell, I feel like we can't sit those guys anymore because they just throw enough to where with no Nico, both of those guys should be solid. Jair Alexander, though, he is going to slow them down when he's matched up against them. And that's one of the reasons why I do like Dalton Schultz this week. There's not been too many weeks that I've recommended starting Dalton Schultz, but the Packers, they are giving up like the 5th most points to tight ends, and we got to play that matchup. If Nico was out there, I probably wouldn't even suggest him, but Nico ain't out there. And it's Stephon Diggs, Dell, Schultz, and Mixon. Those are like the 4 guys. And I think Schultz gets a lot of work over the middle of the field this week and might potentially get in the end zone for a touchdown. Let's go. All right, let me do this last, well, not last team, but let me do the Packers here. So I round out this game and then I'll get back to the chat. All right, here we go. Now to the home team. Jordan Love, I'm starting him. We're not worried too much about this Texans matchup against the QBs. I am a little bit worried about Josh Jacobs, though. The Texans have been very, very stingy against the running backs. And I know some might be because when they're winning in games, you know, running backs just by game scheme get kind of like worked out of the game. I feel like I'm still starting Josh Jacobs, though. You know, it's not the best matchup, but I'm still starting him. Now, against the wide receivers, they have been giving up solid points to the wide receivers. I feel like Reed and Dubs, I'm starting them with a whole bunch of confidence. And Christian Watson, more of like a flex guy to me, but I feel like I could start all those guys in some capacity, depending on what your team looks like. Tucker Kraft, though. Houston has been one of the toughest teams against the tight ends, so I am going to recommend sitting him. I understand that if there's really nobody else, you have to play him, but there's only been one team that actually did good against them tight end-wise. Hunter Henry and Hooper, I mean, they kind of did like okay last week, but outside of that, they pretty much shut every tight end down going against him. So not a good matchup for Tucker Kraft. He is a for sure sit for me. It all depends on who you have, but if you have other options with halfway decent matchups, you're starting that guy over Tucker Kraft. Sorry, no Kraft mac and cheese today. Got the Blue Box Blues. Okay. Let's see. Where did I leave off at? Cam, should I trade Devontae Adams and Otten for Kittle? No. And RY is sexy. Ry sexy. Should I start JMO or Brian Robinson Jr. at the flex? I'm worried about JMO because I play the Vikings. I'm not worried about JMO playing the Vikings. I totally didn't even now that I'm thinking about it, I totally didn't even mention him when I said the starts and sits. I fucked up on that. No, I would start him. Like the wide receivers are able to have been doing decent against the Vikings. It's been the running backs. I've not been doing like anything. And Jesse, would you trade Bigsby, London, Marvin Harrison Jr., Dell for JJ? I mean, it's a lot, and I probably wouldn't because it's like so much. Yeah, I mean, it's just that's like half your starting roster right there. Like, it's too much for JJ. If all those guys mean nothing to your team, I'd do it in a New York minute. If all those guys are bench players, I'll do it right away. And Crimney said thoughts on starting Mark Andrews this week. I don't like it. I don't want to do it. Okay. Here we go. Bengals and the Brownies. Jesse said I got Lamb and Smith. But are all those guys on the bench? Like none of those guys get played in the flex or anything like that. Because if not, if all those guys are on the bench, fuck yeah, do it. I guess even if one of them is only a flex, like fuck yeah, do it, because then you turn JJ into a starter and your flex is Smith anyways. So yeah, I mean that trade, it's insane to me. But if it's a redraft league, you probably got to do something like that to get a JJ, or else you ain't getting him anyways. Jamie said currently 10-2 in the Scott Fish Bowl, leading my division, 116th overall in points, out 39-58 scrubs. These analysis and super fans are bums. He said they need more 420 in their life. Hell yeah. And dude, props to you for staying in there and dominating, because I just couldn't do it, man. I just couldn't do it. It is it's kind of a joke to me, as you know already. And the division that I like, everyone talks about having like great experiences. Like I know you even talked about having a great experience. My experience was trash. Like there was nobody in, like everybody in there who was a Twitter analyst, like none of them did anything like outside of just posting like on Twitter. Like none of them did any kind of content or like anything like that. And like even the super fans, like I don't know, it's like they weren't super fans because everybody pretty much fucking quit like on the league. And I made the playoffs and I didn't even know how to check scores or anything. So I just quit filling my team. Like I know I made it like past one round. And I'm like, dude, I can't even check where I'm at. This shit's fucking lame as fuck. And I just stopped filling a lineup, like, because I was focused on all my other leagues where I was actually going to win money from like the playoffs. Yeah, it's just like way too hard to like understand how to check shit. And maybe they fixed it since then. This is back in 2020 or 2021. And Big Mac Brad with Russell Wilson news. Can I drop Fields for a streaming QB? QB's available. Gino, Bo Nix, T-Law, Herbert. I mean, I'd drop Fields for Gino, whether he was the starter or not. So yeah, I'm with you. Crimnids between Andrews and Otten. I like Andrews' matchup. I mean, I like Otten's matchup versus Andrews' team this week. So I'd rock Otten. Right is sexy. Should I start Bigsby and JK over Jordan and A-Chain? No. Maybe over Jordan Mason. Like JK over Jordan Mason. But if A-Chain plays, I'm not sitting him versus the Colts. We really don't want to sit any running backs versus the Colts. But you got to see if they play. So that's what it comes down to. If they're going to play or not. All right. Little Bolski and then the Bengals. Bengals Browns. Yeah, I started the show way later today. Slacking on this. Big Mac Brad, Kareem Hunt, or Bigsby this week. Kareem Hunt, and it is not even close. Bigsby's not startable to me. I know that he's going to be the quote-unquote starter in this game. I really don't think the running backs are going to be startable in that game. I don't want to start London guys again. I'd rather play Hunt. 49ers of the past, like maybe they shut down running backs like that, but they have not been shutting running backs down like that. Whew. All right. What up, Anto? He said, I'm a Bills fan. What do you think about Coop to Buffalo? I think he's the best wide receiver now on the Buffalo wide receiver core. I think this week is going to be garbage versus L'Jarius Sneed. So just make sure you tell all your Bills fans it's like literally the worst matchup for any wide receiver on any team is Amari Cooper versus L'Jarius Sneed. So I would not base any expectations off of what Cooper is going to be based on this next game. Okay. But yeah, I'm excited for my Amari the Pooper Scooper shares now because now he's got some juice, baby. He's got some juice. He didn't have no juice on the Browns. Nobody wanted him. Nobody wanted to play him. Now we're going to be excited. And JD, what up, homie? Getting through the starts and sits. We're about to knock out the Bengals and the Browns game right now. Anton, what happens to Shakir fantasy-wise? I bet he stays very, very similar. Very, very similar. Other people are going to lose out on value. It's not going to be Shakir because Shakir is still going to be running out of the slot a lot. Okay. And here we go. Now we got an AFC North divisional game with blah written all over it. But at least we're talking about the good side right now. The Bengals. Joe Burrow, start him. Chase Brown, start him. Zach Moss, flex consideration. Jamar Chase, start him. Higgins, start him. Let's go. I'm not starting anybody else, though. We're not starting Yoshi unless we're super desperate, but I bet Yoshi could get, and we've seen him get random catches and random touchdowns. Could he get a random touchdown? Yeah, maybe, but it's only going to be random. That's why he's a dart throw flex at best. Gesicki, Eric All Jr., I'm not really excited about playing either one of those guys. Like maybe if you're super desperate, let's just stick to the Burrow, Chase Brown, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins, all those guys. Let's fire them up.
All right. Fire them up.
Now to the ugly side. Now, when I look at this team and we talk about starts or sits, the only thing that comes to mind is Austin Powers. Looks like she was beaten with an ugly stick. Yeah, because it's all ugly. I don't want to start Deshaun Watson. He's been so trash. Nick Chubb should be coming back. He's not on. You're not seeing him on this list yet because he hasn't been officially designated to return from IR. But they said he should be coming back. I kind of don't want to play him in the first game back, especially with how ugly the Browns are looking right now. Maybe that's more of a reason to play him. It all just depends on your options. Nick Chubb's a flex guy to me. If you're playing in Dynasty and you've been waiting for him to come back, unless your team's stacked, you're playing him. Redraft, just leave him on the bench for 1 week, Jerry Jeudy, is he going to be super excited over there with Deshaun Watson now that Amari the Pooper Scooper's gone? I don't know, but I don't want to play him. I don't want to play Elijah. I want to score more because he wants to score more, but Deshaun Watson doesn't want him to score more. That's for sure. I'd play Njoku, and that would probably be it. And that's really just because of how bad the tight end, that's really because of how bad the tight end landscape is. We all know how bad it is. It's trash. All right. Eagles Giants. Here we go. Bear with me, guys. Not avoiding the chat. Just got to get through this. Yeah, there we go. Stranger, you let me know. What do you think of the Bengals analysis on both sides of the ball there? Now, we got an NFC East match. We got an NFC divisional matchup between the Eagles and the Giants. Eagles going over to New Jersey. Now that Jalen Hurts has got his pieces back, I feel like we can start him with way more confidence than we could when A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith were out. I'm going to start Hurts. Giants have been a little bit of a tougher matchup against quarterbacks. Their secondary is pretty solid, and they've been getting after the quarterback as well. They're towards the up. They're towards the upper end of the league when it comes to quarterback sacks. But, different when we're talking about Jalen Hurts. Saquon Barkley, come on, man. We're firing them up. A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, those guys are way too good to not fire up. And Dallas Goedert, we got to monitor his work in practice this week because I don't even know if he's going to play. And I had someone already ask me, should they get the backup? I don't think so. I wouldn't really worry about it. It'll be one of those, I don't think so, Tim, moments. So yeah, don't do it. Don't worry about it. Don't pick them up. And yeah, the Eagles, let's hope for a good game. Let's get it. Shout out to Swamp Donkey who just followed on Twitch. And right, Anto, yeah, Saquon, he should destroy the Giants. Oh, wait. I totally forgot. Hold on. And one last thing, not like we needed an extra reason to like Saquon, but oh man, the revenge narrative of all revenge narratives, the Giants. If you guys remember, remember this clip from Hard Knocks? Sorry, guys, on live. I don't have the clip here, but I'm going to get it. Giants were so stupid that they didn't think that anybody was going to get Saquon. And now he went to a team that's going to whoop on you guys. Oh, man, the Giants. Sucks to be you, man. Now to the home team. It's very ugly over here. It really is, because we got to start with guys like Danny Pesos. Eagles are giving up bottom 10 numbers to the quarterbacks, so I really don't want to start him. I'm going to do everything I can to avoid playing him. Now, Devin Singletary, Tyrone Tracy. Can they just say that Singletary is not playing so I could just say start Tracy? Because if Singletary's playing, I don't want him or Tracy. If Singletary's not playing, I want Tracy. He's looked really good. He runs hard out there, and that's really what we want. Yeah, Singletary, he's been a bum, nothing but a bum out there.
He's a bum. He was a bum then, and he's a bum now.
Now, Malik Neighbors, he's already become must start. Like he's must start TV. Now, if he's playing, they said that he is finally progressing through concussion protocol. On Wednesday, they said he's going to be playing in a non-contact red jersey. Let's see what happens. Let's see if he gets a full go by Friday, and let's see if this progresses the way that we want it to. With Neighbors being back, that does make it a little bit tougher on Darius Slayton and Wandale. But here's one of the things. Here's one of the reasons why you could start all three of these guys in my book, because the Eagles, they're going to get out to a lead, and the Giants are going to be playing from behind the entire game, and they're just going to keep throwing the ball and throwing the ball and throwing the ball, and it's going to be hard to run the ball. It's already easier to throw the ball on the Eagles than it is to run on them. Now, if you add in the game script that the Giants are just going to suck and they're going to be playing from behind, that means a lot of garbage time for each of these guys. So Darius Slayton and Wandale now down to flex guys. Those guys could have been like those guys could have been like wide receiver 2s with Neighbors out, value wise and how we're thinking about them. Now those guys are down to flex plays, but they are decent flex plays in a matchup like this where the Giants probably are getting their ass whooped. And now Mr. Theo Huxtable Johnson. No pudding for you, my friend. I think we're going to have to sit him versus the Eagles, because the Eagles have only given up one good performance to tight ends all year. So even though I do like Theo Huxtable and a nice bowl of chocolate pudding, we're not going to do it this time. We're not going to do it. All right. Hey, what up, DD Red Solo? Bob said, got to get a Saquon soundbite in that next week. Yeah. Stranger said, definitely all starts agree. Only slight disagree is Eric All. I think he may do better than you expected. Okay. And I think it's the Giants. They haven't given up a lot of points to the tight end either. And I know I didn't mention that. If I would have added that context, maybe that would have gave you more of a reason why I said I don't like him this week. But yeah, it's because they've been kind of slowing down the tight ends as well. Swamp Donkey, what up? Let me know that you're still here. Throw a comment in because I know it's a couple minutes ago. Josh Allen plus Aaron Jones for JT, and likely I'd be getting the JT side out of Burrow and Purdy. I mean, I really like getting JT, and he's probably going to be back next week. I am still a little bit nervous about him, though. Like, you need a tight end? Is that why you're getting likely? If so, maybe I might do that. But I kind of feel like it's selling low on Josh Allen because, I mean, you're adding Aaron Jones in as well, who I know is hurt, but I feel like that, both of those guys just seem like they're worth more on the other side. D Red sells a flex play, considered a wide receiver 4, top 38, or wide receiver 3. So the flex guys to me are considered anybody past top 25, top 24. So like wide receiver 1s, wide receiver 2s, 1 through 12, 13 through 24, wide receiver 1s and 2s. Because most people, I would assume you have at least 2 of those guys on your team, some wide receiver 1 or a wide receiver 2, or maybe even 2 wide receiver 2s. I feel like unless you're, decimated with injury, you're probably not starting the guys who are like after wide receiver 25 as starters, unless injury, injury, bye weeks, all that kind of shit. But yeah, pretty much I say a flex guys who are like, should be considered ranked 25 or after. And some people may have better flex players than others because you're in a more shallow league. And Jake said Devontae Adams a must-have. Said team who has them's hurting, and RB they want Connor off my team. James Conner. Try to do a straight up trade for that. Stranger said Giants was last week. It's the Clowns next. Need to redo your list. Yeah. And wait, hold on. It's the Bengals, right? It's the Browns. Yeah, sorry. And I was talking about the Giants. That's why it was just on my head. The Browns are actually giving up the 5th least points to tight ends. That's why it's even worse than it ever has been for them. Like Browns for a while, they're giving up a lot of booty to the tight ends. Has not been the case over the last couple years, especially this year. They've been giving up like nothing to the tight ends because of guys like Joker. Cam said you like Cooper or Adams in the long run. Adams, but I like both. And DD Red Solo, I play in 3 wide receiver leagues. That's why. Well, and even playing in a 3 wide receiver league, like you did your best to get 3 wide receivers inside the top 24, right? Because you might be playing some of those flex guys as your wide receiver 3, but that's exactly what it is. It's a wide receiver 3. So you just got to remember, most people, they play in the 2 starters. And so if you play in a third, have a third wide receiver, those guys could be third wide receiver potentially for you. Yeah, I saw this. Blake Cashman's going to be out. Fire up Gruger Hill. Let's go. And Jake says, got to say it. How about them Cowboys? Just wow. Wasting your money on Dak. I mean, Dak's not the problem. There's a lot of problems over there. They got 99 problems, but Dak ain't one. And DD Red, so someone dropped Olave in one of my leagues. No idea what he's doing. I mean, he hasn't been good, and now no Carr for a couple weeks. Drop Ridley or Juju for him. I could drop a backup tight end, but Komet seems certified. Yeah, I'd drop the backup tight end. Keep those wide receivers. Yep. All right, let's see. Raiders, Rams. All righty. We got a lot of games happening. And you know how the second half of the like afternoon games, they call some games the game of the week. This is the exact opposite of the game of the week, starting with the Raiders going to SoFi to take on the Rams. And oh man, you know what my prediction is for this game? Just like Clubber Lang said, pain. It is going to be so ugly for the Raiders that I don't want to start anybody. Like maybe you want to start Brock Bowers just because the tight end landscape is so bad. But now one thing to think about, if Jacoby doesn't play, that even makes it worse for Brock Bowers. I know that there's like nobody out there, so it would seem, oh, Brock Bowers is just going to get it all. But the defenses are going to be keying in on him like crazy. The Rams have been giving up like decent points to the tight ends. That's like the only reason. That's like the only thing that gives me any kind of confidence in Bowers. But outside of that, yeah, we're not starting Aiden O'Connell or Zamir White. I really think Jacoby Myers makes a business decision and doesn't play. Trey Tucker, DJ Turner, I mean, come on, get the fuck out of town. Like, there ain't nothing, no reason to be starting guys like that. And maybe you start Alexander Madison if you are, you know, just extremely hurt like everywhere, because the Rams, I mean, they are giving up a bunch of points to the running backs. Not like they're like giving up top 5 points or anything, but they're giving up like top 10 points. So maybe that's the only reason you start Alexander Madison, but it's all ugly. We've wasted too much time on the Raiders. Let's move over to the Rams. Let me knock out a few more of these teams real quick, guys, and then I'll get back to the chat. I started like an hour later than I normally do, and yeah, I'm taking way too long on this right now. Gotta knock this out. Now to the Rams side of things. If Kupp comes back, I'd play Stafford. I am going to play Kyren. If Cooper Kupp comes back, I'm playing him versus the Raiders. Great matchup. Colby Parkinson, playing him. Let's go. Now, Whittington, Tutu Atwell, those are going to be like your long shot. Those are going to be your long shot dart throw flex guys to me. But I would be willing to fire them up because the Rams, I feel like they're going to be throwing it a bunch. They just always kind of do, even if they are winning. And I got to assume that that's going to carry over. And if they don't have to work Kupp like crazy because they're winning a bunch, maybe Kupp doesn't even play the full game. He doesn't get his full complement of snaps because at the end of the game, they really don't need him. And they're just playing Whittington and Tutu. Demarcus Robinson and Tyler Johnson, also droppable at this point. All right. Panthers, Commandos. All right, got another slobber knocker for you here. Carolina going to Washington to play those Commandos, see if they can catch them with their pants down. I'm starting Andy Dalton. I'm starting Chuba. I'm starting Deontay Johnson. We're getting them all in there. There we go. We're getting them all in there, all of them. Now, Xavier Legette. I want to start him versus Washington. We see wide receivers going off against Washington. I want to start him in a flex role this week. And Jatavion Sanders, if you are super desperate, he's someone that I would pick up and start. It is a little bit of a toughish matchup, but he's not rostered in too many leagues out there. And he's the guy. It ain't going to be Tommy Tremble. It ain't going to be Ian Thomas. That's like the guy who we see progressing throughout the season. And this could be one of those games to play him because Washington just gives up a little bit of booty to all the positions. Tight ends, least amount of booty that they give up, but still giving up the booty nonetheless. Now jumping over to the Commandos. Let's see if they get caught with their pants down or if they're the ones who end up prevailing because they've been doing a very, very solid. Jaden Daniels turned into a must start, especially versus a team like the Carolina Panthers. You start all your quarterbacks versus them. Brian Robinson Jr., Austin Eckler. If both of them play, I'm playing them both. If Brian Robinson Jr. doesn't play, playing Austin Eckler with a whole bunch of confidence. Terry McLaurin, confident. Let's go. Fire him up. Zach Ertz, confident this week. Panthers are giving up a lot of booty to the tight ends. Fire him up. Noah Brown, Luke McCaffrey. I got to be really desperate to play either one of those guys. I will say Noah Brown was on my waiver wire wide receiver list this week. He has been trending in the right direction. He's the number 2 over there, hands down. Everybody else dropped significantly in snap percentage when he came back. So if you do need a dart throw flex, it would be Noah Brown because this is a decent matchup to deploy him in. Let's go. JD5. He's got 5 on it. All right. I just got to keep banging this out, guys. I'll get to the chat in a sec. And DD Red Sauce, that shirt's Firehouse. Hell yeah, man. Got to get some Simpson action in our life. I haven't started watching the Simpson Treehouse of Horror episodes, but I'm going to go through those. Do you guys do that like every year? Watch the Halloween episodes from back in the day? All righty. This one should be the game of the week for these afternoon games. Anyways, we got the Chiefs going over to California, going over to play the San Francisco 49ers. Let's go. Both teams have a pretty tough defense. Both teams have tough defenses, so it could be a good day for our fantasy peeps. It could be a bad day. I'm still starting Mahomes, though. Kareem Hunt, I'm starting him. It's funny that there was I don't know if you guys have heard of that doctor, Mr. Morris. He was like, sell high on Kareem Hunt because Clyde Edwards-Helaire is coming back. Clyde Edwards-Helaire sucks. I don't think he takes over anything for Kareem Hunt, and I'm going to fire up Kareem Hunt at will. But be ready, though, guys, because Pacheco, if he is coming back in a couple weeks like he should, you might want to sell high on Kareem Hunt if you can. Xavier Worthy.
X gon' give it to you. What?
We know X gonna give it to you. I feel like in a lot of situations, I'm trying to sit him where I can. That may be easier said than done, but there's only 2 teams on bye this week, so you might be able to sit him. He just doesn't get a lot of volume. But Juju Smith-Schuster, Xavier Worthy, even though I don't like the amount of volume that they get, I would still start them in a flex role. For sure, I would start them in a flex role. It depends on who you have on your squad. That's what you have to remember. I just like the matchup versus the 49ers, knowing that the Chiefs are not going to be able to win by only scoring like less than 20 points. They're going to need to throw the ball, and those guys are probably going to get an uptick in work this week compared to previous weeks. So that's why I think that they are full-blown starters for me in the flex roles. And Travis Kelce, toughest matchup of almost any tight end on the week going up against the 49ers, but we are not sitting him. Him and George Kittle, oh man, it's going to be a battle. Let's go. Now to the home team. Let's go with the 49ers. Brock Purdy, we're starting him. Not that good of a matchup, though, versus the Chiefs, but we're starting them. Mason, Guedendo, everybody over there. I'm leaning on sitting them. The Chiefs have literally been one of the toughest running back matchups that you can have. So would I start Mason over like some bum? Yes. Would I start Mason over like a Bigsby or, would I start Mason over like the Bigsby's, Dearness Johnsons of the world? Fuck. Would I start Bigsby? Fuck. Would I start Mason over a guy like Bigsby, Dearness Johnson, Sean Tucker, those guys, the flavors of the week? Yes, I would. But if I have any kind of like decent startable guys, like any kind of RB2 or higher, I'm starting them over Mason this week. George Kittle. Let's mention him before we get to the wide receivers, because the Chiefs have not been able to defend the tight ends well at all. So George Kittle, you are starting him no matter what, whether it was the Chiefs or anybody else, must start always for Kittle. Now the wide receivers. Not starting Juwanna Jennings. I feel like I have to start Debo and Ayuk in this matchup. The Chiefs, they are tough against wide receivers for sure, but we have to feel like this. I mean, the Super Bowl rematch, like here in the middle of the season, we have to assume that both teams are going to be going with their high-powered offensive looks. And I got to think that a guy like Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk are going to have a huge, huge part of this game. So we are starting both of those guys with a lot of confidence this week. All right. Only 3 more games left, guys. Only 3 more games left. Let's see what I missed over here in the chat. Let's see. And Jamie said Deontay Johnson versus Benjamin St. Just would be a great name. It would be a great game for the bum. Yep. And Charter, choose one to start. Bengals defense, Broncos defense, Vikings, Steelers. Probably the Bengals. Probably Bengals. And Marty said, how the fuck did Devontae go to New York so fast? He said he was on the McCaffrey show hours after he was traded. Well, you got to remember, all these guys got private jets. Like, fuck, man, you can get anywhere that you want within a few hours when you got a private jet. Come on. And Joseph, what up? Should I trade DJ Moore for Kareem Hunt? I have great depth at wide receiver. I'm going to say no, but I'm not saying don't trade for Kareem Hunt, but I'd rather have DJ Moore long term. And DD Red Solo, CEH is trash, but it's hilarious how Carson Steele went from number 1 to number 4 as a couch sitter. Yeah, like like Andy Reid was like, he was so hyped on that kid himself that until he fumbled, like that's when Andy Reid came back to reality. When he actually fumbled, it's like, fuck, you know what? I fucked up. I done fucked up. And DD Red Solo, Nick Chubb or Bigsby rest of the season. Nick Chubb. So regretting not dropping Chubb for Tank a couple weeks ago. Nick Chubb, bro. Bigsby's damn near droppable guy now after last week. Mondo, what up, homie? I got Lamb, Godwin, Higgins, Deontay Johnson, Olave, Otten as my tight end. Should I trade Higgins for Bowers? I don't know. I don't think so. If the Raiders weren't such in shambles, I'd say yeah. DD Red Soul, do not trade DJ Moore for Green. Yeah, exactly. Joseph, I was thinking no, but he won't take a lower offer. I mean, then he doesn't need a wide receiver that bad, you know? Like you got to go find someone who's trading out of necessity more than someone who's trading out of luxury, if that makes sense. But that's what it's all about. Like you want to find someone who needs to trade, not someone who wants to trade. There's a big difference. TD Red Soul, Carson Steele, second fumble wasn't even his fault. No, it wasn't. Well, I mean, it wasn't, but I'm not even talking about that next one. Like that didn't even matter. That very first fumble, everything changed. That very first fumble, everything changed for him. He shouldn't have fumbled, man. And Joe said he needs one real bad. He's just greedy. Well, then trade him someone else besides DJ Moore. Like trade him Juju for Kareem Hunt. Do that. Trade him Juju and Pop Douglas for Kareem Hunt. But yeah, if he doesn't, I mean, if like how bad do you need a running back? Like do you need a running back? But bad as he needs a wide receiver? That's what this comes down to. Are you desperate for the running back? Because no matter what, Hunt is just only going to be the guy for a couple more weeks until Pacheco comes back. And then once Pacheco comes back, he's the guy. So, do I want to trade DJ Moore for like, a few weeks of a bye week, like fill in like type of guy? Like kind of not really. All right, let me put a song on. I got to go. I'm going to drain the main vein real quick, go refill my water. And then we got Sunday Night Football and 2 Monday Night Football games to shout out here. And let's see. How about let's get some wheels to where that secondary running back is not going to be that valuable. if Pacheco wasn't such a good blocking running back, that probably wouldn't be the case, because then a guy like Hunt might get on the field a little bit more. But Pacheco doesn't leave the field too often because he's such a good blocker. And Mahomes never throws to the RBs is a problem. Yeah, it's it's a yes and no because he knows how to check it down for sure. But yeah, just a lot of times he's not, because if he can take it and just tuck it and run it for those 5 yards or whatever, why throw it to the running back? Yeah, KC will be rush heavy offense though with Pacheco. That's how they won the Super Bowl last year, running in defense. Yeah, definitely. But Pacheco though, not everybody, maybe they get Kareem Hunt, close to 10 touches a game or whatever, maybe to try to ease the load on Pacheco a little bit. But even that, we saw that from guys like P. Ryan and shit, and that's just, it doesn't equate to a lot of points, unless they get a random touchdown in. But we don't really want to bank on that. None of us want to bank on on a tight end, on a touchdown dependent running back, touchdown dependent wide receiver, tight end. Because man, when you go get those touchdowns, it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. Toker 1J, Kamara, Bigsby, RB2. Kamara, man, not even close. I'm not excited about Bigsby. It's going to be a committee no matter what. And then look at how they were scheming when Bigsby was the main guy. They were scheming better for Dearness Johnson. I don't know why it happens like this, but it does, and it's stupid. D.D. Red Soul, Garrett Wilson, or Devontae Adams rest of the season. Well, first off, I would not be wanting to trade one for the other. Let's just start there. I think Devontae Adams, just because of the connection that him and Rodgers have had for so long, but it doesn't mean I don't like Garrett Wilson. I do like him, and this is going to help him as well. It's going to help his efficiency, not going to help his volume. But if he starts scoring more touchdowns and starts getting more yards, do we really care about him losing on targets and receptions? I'm sure we do to a certain extent, but if, like I said, if he gets more yards and more touchdowns than he was getting, I'm sure we will be fine with losing targets and receptions if it meant he's scoring more points because of the yardage and the touchdowns, right? Feel like all of us would be on right? Is everybody okay with that? Can we say that right now? If Garrett Wilson starts scoring more touchdowns and more yards, we're cool with him getting less receptions, right? I'm not the only one who's crazy to think like that, because he's going to lose receptions. There's no way around it. And Jesse said Pacheco on waivers is coming back this season. Yeah, he's coming back this season. Go pick his ass up.
Pick him up,
dude. Someone dropped him. It must be because of bye weeks or something crazy like that. They couldn't house the extra person. You guys don't have IR in that league, but yeah, he's coming back. ESPN said he's coming back this week. I called bullshit on that. I think he was going to be missing about 8 weeks, and so I think that would put him around week 11, 12, something like that. So you'd still be able to get him with a couple weeks before the playoffs actually kicked in, get him back starting, I assume. And Roberto, JMO for Chubb or CMC? Probably CMC. It's tough to trade for CMC, but I think I would do it. And them saying he should be coming back. I don't know how much we could trust it. Got offered CMC for my Debo and Bigsby. Bigsby to me is nothing as of right now. He's literally just a guy who we picked up off of waivers is how I'm thinking about him. So Debo and Bigsby for McCaffrey, as long as you can weather the storm of losing Debo, I'd do it. Tucker 1, Thomas Jr. and Trevor I'm playing. Well, it's fine that you're playing Trevor. Usually the wide receivers have a better opportunity to score more points than the touchdowns in most people's scoring systems. Jesse said, should I drop Brooks for Pacheco? Who else are your options to drop? I'd consider that. Yeah, because I really don't think that Brooks is going to be a thing like other people think. And Brooks even said he told the Panthers not to rush him back off of IR. I don't think he's close to ready. So yes, I would do that. Frank, what up, homie? Just a reminder for everybody, if you don't have the little green cross next to your name, I'm trying to shout this out a couple times a show. Click the link and rejoin the crew so you can get access to all the emojis. You get the green cross. and your name highlighted in green, you know, we gotta rep the crew. Gotta rep the crew. And DD Red Soul start 2, Henry and A-Chain, Jonathan Taylor. I mean, see, we can't we just gotta wait. You just gotta come back for the Taylor and Brian Robinson, because as of right now, I wouldn't say them anyways, just because we don't know. And Henry and A-Chain, like, fuck, man, like, let's go. You ain't sitting Henry. I mean, Henry, everyone doesn't even have to ask me about Henry anymore. Like, he should be locked and loaded starter for you no matter what. I don't give a fuck who you have. No matter what, Henry should be starting over him. Fuck the matchups. Henry's just, he's there. He's him. It's a tough matchup versus the Bucks. I don't care. I don't care. He's getting into the end zone every week. Every week. Frank said someone dropped Chubb on waivers last night. What the fuck? I'm pick him up. Pick him up.
Pick him up.
Why'd they fucking drop him? Literally the week that he's coming back. You housed him that whole time. And not you. I'm making fun of that person. Like, literally, you housed Chubb the entire time to drop him the week that he's coming back. What the fuck? That makes no sense. And DD Red, so I'm about to have to dead drop a player because I got Chubb in my IR spot. I might drop Chubb. Oh man. Well, who else do you have? But see, like, that sucks. Like, man, like, housing him this whole time, and you're gonna drop him right when he's coming back. And Frank said, Huss, do you remember me trading away my Garrett Wilson for Tyreek Hill? Yeah, I remember that. I didn't really like it then, and I don't know if I really like it, and I don't know if I like it now. I just don't want to trade guys like that because I want to get both of them on my team. Rest said, looks like Captain Sermon's going to be out and JT still not showing up. Goodson, Algier, or Guarendo. Pick 2. I guess Goodson and Algier. But yeah, man, it's not good. It's not good. Oh, shit. Jamie said Lions are trying to get Hassan Reddick. Let's go. That'd be cool. I need my Reddick to get a little bump in value. It's been sucking over there with the Jets. And DD Red saw Pacheco over Brooks for sure. Said, but Brooks needs to be rostered. My opinion, Chubb just isn't it. I mean, hey, you know, to each his own with the whole Chubb thing. But if you don't think Chubb is him, you shouldn't have even been rostering him, because now it's like crazy to like drop him when he's actually coming back. Like, you could have dropped him 5 weeks ago and I wouldn't have said anything, but like dropping him literally like maybe the day or two before he comes back off of IR. That's my issue with the whole thing. Like, you know, you could have dropped him a while ago. Was thinking about trading Henry. Like, trading away Henry? Why? And Crispy said, Dean or Ellis? Who's Atlanta play again? The hell did the Falcons play again? The Seahawks. I'm gonna say Nakobe Dean, because Seahawks, I swear they have like the least amount of or they have like the most amount of passing attempts, and they're amongst the league lows in the amount of rushing attempts. Oh, Chuba. Okay, Chuba ain't it. I mean, that's the thing though. Like, Chuba's a guy who ran for like 2,000 yards in college and like did good in spurts. Like, you know, is Chuba him? Like, you know, he's not amazing, but I don't know. I also don't think Brooks is him either. Coming off the ACL and getting hurt again. Like, he's been hurt like 10 times this year, and it's only like week 7 right now. And I dropped Algier. Should I drop Brooks for Algier? I think I would rather have Algier than Brooks. Yeah. DD Red. So, yeah, Chuba ain't it. Brooks will get a significant playing time. Carolina playing for the future anyways. We'll see exactly. If they're playing for the future, why would they even put Brooks out there? Like, think about that. Like, why? Just think about the logic. Playing for the future. Why would we put a running back out there that's going to make us do better right now? You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. You'd save him because you don't want him to get hurt again and re-injure, because they got him for 4 years. Well, like, why would they be in such a rush to get him back when their team is straight booty cheeks. He's already saying, don't rush me back because I'm not ready. Like, you know, like we just, all these things got to get taken into account. Like we're living off his college hype right now. It's like we're like ignoring the fact that he's already been hurt like a shitload of times in the NFL after getting hurt in college when you don't want a guy the year after his ACL to play. And then you mix in the fact that they suck and they are playing for the future. There's just no reason to rush him back or force him in the lineup as the Panthers. There's no reason, especially when Chuba's been doing okay enough. Bakes Jamel Dean. Probably Nakobe Dean is who I'm assuming. Right, Crispy? Was that Nakobe Dean? Because I Nakobe Dean over Ellis. And Chuba tore it up in college, no doubt. Chuba was a great pass catcher too, but it hasn't correlated to the NFL. Yeah, because they don't throw the ball to the running back. So, like, how would it? And it said Brooks is their future. They want him to get reps, especially since he missed half the year. Getting reps is one thing. Getting bad reps while you're hurt is another thing. And it said, and better Chuba does more, they will have to pay him. You think they're going to pay Chuba? Bro, look at what running backs get paid right now. Chuba would be like a $3 or $4 million back. Like no one's worried about paying him that. Trust me. Said I don't think Brooks will be a game changer, and make them win games. Yeah, see, so like why bring him in? And yeah, getting reps is one thing. He could get reps in week 17, 18, and that's getting reps in the season. So I think people are just getting a little too crazy on Brooks. Mr. Wumba, I don't know how ESPN would think Pacheco is coming back this week, bro. Literally broke his leg like a month ago. Yeah, this is why no one should be following ESPN for information. Why no one should be playing on the ESPN fantasy app because it's straight trash and they lie to you. Like I wonder, like I swear they have AI probably like writing their shit now. Like, what the hell, man? Oh, and get ready, guys. I'm gonna be making a post in Patreon. I'm gonna be shouting out all the teams. I'm gonna shout it out now, just so I'll shout it out after after these last 3 games that I knock out. Let's knock out these last 3 games, and we're going to shout out the best ball undefeated teams. There's only a handful out of let me see, out of how many teams? Out of 1,704 teams, there's like 20 undefeated teams. That's it. Something like that. I'll get the exact number right now. Barely even 1% of the teams. Yes, sir. Got you, Jesse. And DD Red Solo, Chase Brown, or Chubb rest of the season. I don't know. Because I don't want to drop Chase Brown. It kind of sucks, man. I don't know. Because I want to say Chubb, but their offense has been so shit. And no. So it's not 6-0. It's 12-0. 12. You have to be 12-0 to be undefeated in this one. There'd be way more 6-0 teams for sure. The one we have right now, but 12-0. You play. We play a game against the median every week as well. And so there's been people who caught dubs where they played someone who sucked, and because I've seen some 11-1 teams for sure. But the 12-0 though, very, very hard. That means that you scored in the top half of the league each week and you won each week. That's what that means. So that means there's only that many teams that have been that dominant versus their schedule and versus every single team in the league. So that's why there's that few. And that's why I did the game against the median this year, because it really helps the cream rise to the top. You don't get because even if you caught a loss, you're the number 2 scoring team in the league, but you played the number 1. Going 0-1 sucks. Going 1-1, way better than going 0-1, And what up, Bronson? He said, trade Josh Jacobs and Mason for Kamara and Chase Brown. I'd be trading to the CMC owner. Nah, I'm not trying to do the CMC owner any favors to send a Mason, to get Kamara and Chase Brown. I want to figure out how to rework that. That's what I want to figure out, how to rework that. I don't want to trade 2 running backs for 2 running backs. All right, here we go. Almost done. All righty. We have made it all the way to Sunday Night Football. Here we go. I hope this game doesn't disappoint. Aaron Rodgers, oh man, he's got the Steelers in a single QB league. I feel like I want to sit him. But like with Devontae Adams coming back, it's like I want to play him so bad. So I'm going to lean on the side of starting Aaron Rodgers. Breece Hall, got to start him versus the Steelers. The Steelers, they haven't been great at defending. They've been going in waves of defending the running back amazingly and then just not so well. And after what we saw from Breece last week, it's like I have to start him. And with the addition of Adams coming in now, it's going to be a lot harder for the teams to stack the box against him. So we're rocking Breece. Devontae Adams now. Oh, man, you guys have probably heard me already give my takes on Devontae Adams. It's going to be great. Him coming back over here with Aaron Rodgers. He was a full go in their walkthrough. I don't know what kind of complement of snaps he's going to be able to play this week, but I feel like I want to play him. I don't know if it's a smart move, but I'm going to play him, and I'm going to say play him. And Garrett Wilson, he's going to lose targets. He's going to lose receptions. But if he gets more yards and more touchdowns than he has been having, isn't that a good thing? I feel like it is, and Garrett Wilson is still must-start TV. Allen Lazard, he's always kind of been like a flex. Now he remains that flex role. He's probably going to be a better flex than a lot of random players out there as well. So more often than not, I probably am going to say start Lazard, especially when we get to like week 10 and we start getting into these crazy bye weeks. Yeah, he's probably going to be a guy you're starting more often than not. Tyler Conklin, if you are desperate at tight end, I would start him. Steelers, that's one of the ways you've been able to get points on them is with the tight end. We just know he's not going to get an insane amount of targets. He might just be a 5-6 target like type guy, maybe 4 receptions, 50 yards, 60 yards as like a cap. And, maybe mixes in a touchdown here or there. But even like 4 receptions at 50, 60 yards, that's going to compete for a tight end 1 because it's so ugly out here for tight ends. All right. Now the Steel Dogs. Now, jumping over to the home team, the Steelers. You guys got the news about Russell Wilson, right? Russell Wilson is taking first team reps at practice. This is now like a QB competition between Russell Wilson and Fields. So you need to be paying attention, following along this channel throughout the week so you get the updates on what is going on. And no matter who the starter is in a single QB league, I don't want to start him. So for this week, it almost doesn't matter. If you're in a super flex league, it matters. Najee, Jalen Warren, I'm leaning on sitting them. The Jets have been so tough against running backs. Like if you have to start Najee, I would. I wouldn't really want to start Warren at all. George Pickens, I really don't want to start him. Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin, I don't want to start any of them. If anybody, you may want to start Pat Freiermuth only if you are beyond desperate, because I feel like maybe he's like a red zone threat. But even him, I do not want to start. Like it's only you're starting this guy. You are starting these guys based on your level of desperation this week. And I'm leaning on just sitting everybody on the Steelers. I'm going to get through these 2 Monday night games, guys, and these 4 teams real quick, and then I'm going to be back in the chat. So if you left a question, just hang out, peeps. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but we got 2 games for Monday Night Football this week. Count them. 2. Utah. Give me 2. Let's go. Just like Gary Busey said in Point Break, Utah, give me 2. Ravens. We're starting our guys. We're starting Lamar. We're starting Derrick Henry. We're starting Zay Flowers. Those guys are must-start TV. I feel like just moving forward, we can't sit those guys. Rashad Bateman, super dart throw flex. Justice Hill, super dart throw flex. Mark Andrews, I don't want to start him. I don't care about him getting a touchdown last week. I don't want to chase it. I don't want to do it. The Bucs have been giving up some booty to the tight ends. Maybe it's Isaiah Likely that you want to start, but I know I'm not chasing those points for Mark Andrews. I'm not going to do it. Can't wait to watch this game, though. All right. Now the home team, Baker Mayfield. Got to start him. Got to do it. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. I feel like we just have to play them in a game like this versus the Ravens. It's the running backs that the Ravens have kind of been holding down like really well. So Rashad White, Bucky Irving, Sean Tucker, I'm leaning on sitting all of those guys. Super nervous about playing any running backs versus the Ravens. We got to get clarification on Rashad White. And because it's on Monday, that's just going to make it suck even worse. So just sit everybody over there for the running backs. Cade Otton, I will play him versus the Ravens because the Ravens have been giving up the booty to the tight ends. So I think that Cade Otton, you must start this week. Unless you have some amazing tight end on your team. But most people who have Cade Otton, he is the amazing guy. And that sucks. But fire him up nonetheless. All right. 2 more teams. 2 more teams. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. Now to the not so sexy game on Monday night. The Chargers go into Arizona to take on the Cardinals. Single QB league. I'm leaning on sitting Justin Herbert. I feel like we cannot sit J.K. Dobbins. For the wide receivers, though, man, maybe I'll just play Quentin Johnston in like some dart throw flex capacity. But like outside of that, I feel like I don't want anybody on the wide receiver core or the tight end core. The Chargers have just been booty. The Chargers has just been ass all around. It sucks. And J.K. Dobbins to the moon, and that's pretty much it. Made it to the end. Last team to talk about out of all the teams that we talked about today. Kyler Murray, kind of leaning on sitting in a single QB depending on who you have on your squad. I mean, Superflex, you're starting them. And even in some cases, I'm starting Kyler Murray in single QB. Chargers have just been a little bit of a tough matchup on the QBs. Feel like I got to start James Conner, though. Marvin Harrison Jr., we got to keep watching we got to keep paying attention to the injury reports for them because we don't know if he's going to play after getting El Concusto last week. If he does play, I kind of like Michael Wilson and I'd fire him up. If Marvin Harrison doesn't play, Michael Wilson and Greg Dortch, I feel like Greg Dortch might be the best out of the 2. It's almost like the number 2 guy is going to do better because the number 1 guy is going to be covered by Asante Samuel Jr. more than likely, and then that is not going to be good. Trey McBride, I feel like you got to start him, especially if there's anything with Marvin Harrison Jr. like not playing. Chargers have been middle of the road and giving up points to the tight end, so it's not like an amazing matchup, but it's not a bad matchup either. So I'm playing Trey McBride with all kinds of confidence this week. And if Marvin Harrison Jr. goes out at all, or if Marvin Harrison Jr. does not play at all, that's just going to make it even better for Trey McBride. Woo! We made it to the end. I appreciate you guys sticking around throughout the whole video. Hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Make sure that you guys turn on all notifications because I go live every single morning doing videos like this that I chop down and put into replays for you guys. And you guys just want to be here. It's one of the best shows going, especially on Sunday. It's amazing before the games. So we'll see you guys on the next video. Click one of the videos that's popping up right now. Go ahead and do it. All right. Whoo! Made it. Let's go. All right. Now, where did I leave off at? Let me catch up with the chat. Let's see. Did that one. Bruh. What up, bruh? Thoughts on Mixon? Yeah, come on, man. Mixon's the man. I wouldn't have a sound drop. Yeah. I'll start Mahomes or Darnold. Leaning Darnold. So I like Jacobs a lot. I trade him from 4 or 5 leagues. Yeah. And Neil the Legend, what up? Hey, throw in the comments so I know you're still in here on Twitch because I was recording that video. So let's see. If Olave plays, do I start him over Brian Thomas Jr.? Nah, starting Brian Thomas Jr. West said, am I dumb to think Kincaid is top 3 rest of the season because of the Cooper trade? I mean, I don't like calling anybody like dumb or like stupid or anything. Like someone else said earlier. Am I stupid for doing this? Let's just say this. I don't think he's going to be a top 3 for the rest of the season. I could be wrong, but nothing's really shown us that he is going to be a top 3. TD Red Soul just got a notification. 12 team league guy needed a tight end. Drops Judy. And the backup tight end, the guy who could be playing for Goddard. That's who it is. Judy's a bum for real, but he's the number 1. He's valuable now. I mean, kind of, but you know, how valuable was Amari Cooper? You know, like not that valuable. And Jamie said, we're reading Sauce, covering Pickens and Van. Plus, they use the slot in Pittsburgh. Someone needs to catch the ball a few times. So, yeah, Freiermuth is a fine desperation play. Yeah, I mean, they haven't really been giving up much to the tight end. That's really like what it is. Just a super, super desperation play. And Evan, what up? Pick 1 RB, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Pollard, Najee, Chubb, Pollard. And then 2 wide receivers, DK, Devontae, JMO. I'm just going to play DK, Devonta, and Devontae. JMO should be a good matchup, but it's tough. Yeah, TD Red Soul. Yeah. Well, he said rest of season, so meaning from like right now. Yeah, nobody could be trusted with Watson right now. That's for sure. And Bronson got offered Baker and Kamara for Jacobs at Mahomes. Should I take it? Nah, I don't really like taking. I don't want to do a wide receiver quarterback for a wide receiver quarterback. I don't. I want to make a more calculated trade than just trading, you know, two of these players. Like, you know, you're winning on the wide receiver, or you're winning on the quarterback. You're losing on the wide receiver, or vice versa. It's like, you know, I just don't like it. And Neo the Legend on Twitch, is Olave and Bucky a good trade for Cooper Adams and Higgins? Yeah, you'd be bringing back Cooper Adams and Higgins. Yeah, for sure. TD Red Soul, Kincaid was borderline top 10 last year. Yeah, I don't even think he was top 10 last year. Well, he might have been, but yeah, borderline. And Flash, what up? As a Yinzer, I'm pissed. Russ is taking the first team. Snaps, Tomlin tripping, pulling Fields. I mean, he's not, and Fields is not getting pulled. He's in a QB competition. So let's just remember that. If Fields can't win a QB competition versus Wilson, he doesn't deserve to start. But yeah, you can't listen to the clickbait headlines like that, bro. Because I know there's people who are like, oh, Fields is benched. It says Wilson's taking first team reps and they're in a QB competition. Phil said I have Shaheed, Shakir, Ridley. My main 2 wide receivers are Jamar and Neighbors. I picked up Douglas. Would you drop Ridley, Shakir, Shaheed for Juju? Maybe Shaheed. Wes is worth a thought. And just a feeling. And Tyson said need to start one at the flex this week. Mooney, Thomas Jr., JSN, Eckler, Bigsby. This is when you're probably going to want to come back, but I'll say Brian Thomas Jr. as of now. You know what? Fuck that. I don't want to play any London guys. I'll say JSN as of now. And Mr. Wumbo, since there's been no news on Pacheco, what's his trade value? If I have Hunt and I want to try to get him just in case. Unless you don't play it on ESPN. Because ESPN, they're making it seem like he's coming back this week, and he's not. But I think his value is very low right now. Like, you probably get away with trading any kind of decent running back or wide receiver, like right now, if that person needs to fill a void. Jamie said multiple NFL scouts and executive reporters that the Browns are loading up on draft picks to make a push for QB Shedeur Sanders. Yeah, I heard that too. And I don't get it. Why would they need to load up on picks when your team is just ass cheeks and you're going to literally be like close to the top of the draft anyways? For Shedeur's sake, I hope they're lying. Hope they're lying for his sake. The song said Niners trying to make a trade for Max Crosby. Yeah, I don't know. As much as they don't want to pay people, how they gonna pay Crosby? Camden said need advice 12 team. Kyler Walker, Mixon, Cook, Hunt, Chase, Adams, Ryan Thomas Jr., Cook, Cooper, Ladd, McBride. Should I make a move for a player like Neighbors or hold on to my team for now? Well, if you want to make a trade, here's what you want to do. You want to figure out what you're trying to improve on your team. Got to identify your strengths and your weaknesses, okay? And you have more players than this, so I'm just saying, identify your strengths and your weaknesses as a whole, and then you want to figure out what you want to get, what position. Then you got to go to the teams that are sucking or doing a little bit mediocre, and you got to trade them a couple depth pieces for one of their better players. You got to try to fill one of their voids. And then if you could do that, then you might be able to get a trade to happen. And if it's someone whose team is sucking, you might be able to go get someone good, by trading 2 for 1, 3 for 1. Shit, sometimes even 4 for 1. Well, you said 12 teamers. It's probably not going to be a 4 for 1, but either 2 for 1 or 3 for 1. Johnny, hell yeah, we're still getting it. Let's go. He read, so I think Russ could definitely be the guy in Pitt, but how do you bench a young guy that's 4-2 on the year? This isn't a knock at you, DD Red Solo. There's a knock at anybody who's thinking like this. Do you remember when, this is a few years ago now. Do you remember when Mr. Ben Roethlisberger got hurt? And they were playing guys with the likes of Mason Rudolph, Duck Hodges, just to name a few guys. Remember how they were winning? Just remember that. Because Justin Fields is Mason Rudolph. Justin Fields is Duck Hodges in this situation. He really is. He's not been that good. Look at all of his stats. They are not good. 4-2. He does not get credit for that. This is Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin's been doing this for years and years and years with good quarterbacks, with bad quarterbacks. He always has a winning record. Justin Fields gets no fucking extra praise for getting wins and being 4-2 with the shitty stats that he has. Because he's a game manager at best. And luckily, he hasn't drove that car off of the road yet. Let's see. And Neil the Legend and my Raiders lose out on Shedeur. I'm going to be so mad. Yeah. It's the hype, dude. Shedeur doesn't even play in the SEC. When it's going to look at how he's looked versus a couple good colleges. When he goes up against NFL competition as a rookie, it's going to look so bad. So bad. Look at the competition that he's playing. Like, you know, I know that they at certain times they play like some top contenders, but most of the time when he's out there cooking, it's against some whack ass teams. And Big Mac Brad just got offered A-Chain and DK for JT and Waddle. I might take that. Shadur will be the Eli Manning with the draft. Draft his daddy if the Browns take him. Maybe, but, you know, let's be honest. It's only white people that could get away with that kind of stuff. Like, white people don't like it when minorities do that kind of shit. So, no, it's not going to happen. I'm just being realistic with that. And Jamie said JSN good matchup versus D'Alford, but Gonzalez should have Brian Thomas Jr. more than Gabe. Yeah, and I really don't want to start anybody during I'm making a stance on the Thursday and London games. Like, unless guys are must start, I'm not starting them. Fuck it. I don't care. I bet more often than not it'll work out. And that's really what it's all about. Playing the numbers. And Neil the Legend, should I start the Jets defense or the Saints defense? Leaning on the Jets, but I'm not mad at either one of them. Wow, what up? Said, hey, buddy. He said, I said Justin Fields' arm is so bad and people and don't see it. It amazes me. Well, I'm not talking about people in here. I'm just talking about people in general. Most people literally just look at the scores and at the record, and like that equals how good or bad the QB is. Nothing else matters. And it makes no sense. It really doesn't. I'm not even talking about DD Red Solo. Like, I'm just talking about anybody in general. Like, most people do not watch the games. Most people do not dive into the stats farther than wins and losses for quarterbacks, which makes no sense to me. Jamie said, also remember Mason Rudolph got smacked in the face with his own helmet. I mean, one of the most classic football moments ever. And Giant said, fantasy Fields and real life Fields are two different players. You damn right. Because the people who like him play in the four. Like, it's crazy how literally the tweak from 4-point passing touchdowns to 6-point passing touchdowns, Justin Fields automatically loses value. That doesn't happen if you're a good quarterback. DD Red saw Mason's helmet was taking his head out, still winning games. He said, you got to respect that man's attentive murder miles. Garrett, man. Oh, man. And what Justin Fields average 8 throws a half. That should tell you what the coaches think of his arm. 8 throws a half, not 8 throws a quarter, 8 throws a half. And they told him, you better not throw a fucking interception. Like, if that first read is not there, you tuck that shit and run. And Watt said in the first half, 8 throws on average. Yeah, because they don't need him, right? Just let the defense work. West said I have Fields and Williams on my 14-man. Should I drop Danny Dimes? Should I drop Danny Dimes for Russell? Should I drop for Danny Dimes or Russell? Probably want Russ. I don't know. I mean, I really don't want either one of them guys. Probably Russ. I mean, you already got Fields. Can only get better. Cam, should I trade Cooper and Pittman for JT? Maybe. Wide receivers are Diggs, London, Adams, Mooney already. I'm not mad at that. I mean, as long as JT, like, obviously JT would be a super big improvement to your running backs, right? Yeah, I'd probably do that. Hey, Noah Brown in the house. What up, bro? Just telling people to pick you up. Mr. Wumbo said, I know Myers is a Vegas wide receiver 1 now, and O'Connell's doing better than Minshew, but O'Connell only threw like 1 pass over 20 yards. Think Myers plus McConkey for Moore and Pacheco works. I mean, DJ Moore, like, I don't know. It seems unrealistic that you'd be able to send Myers and McConkey and bring back DJ Moore and Pacheco. Which more are we talking about? I mean, sure, like, send it, but that doesn't, like, if I see that trade, I'm gonna be like, the disrespect of this motherfucker. Like, that's what I'd think if I saw that trade. This disrespectful motherfucker. And Watson, I feel like the guy's crush on a good kid looking at the right things. They just can't see the bad. Dudes would love to see Fields at a Diddy party. Oh, man. And Noah got a question. I have JD5 and Lamar. My wide receivers are Olave, Puka, Godwin, McConkey. Someone offered me CD for JD5 and Olave. Think I have to do it. I mean, I like it. I probably would do it, like JD5's been killing it, man. Like I got 5 on it, he's been killing it. But to be able to get CD, that's a hell of an upgrade. And Olave has been shaky at best. So I think I would. Rusher said, how about this? Giving up the booty to the patute. Oh, man. When talking about the tight ends, I mean, they're very loose. Okay. Nothing worse than a loose end out there. That's for sure. Olave officially out this week. Ooh. And DD Red Solo, I went to Ohio. I did favor Justin Fields out of the draft. But no, totally agree. Justin Fields is not that good. Bottom 7 QB in the league, but Russ don't look any better in Denver. Yeah, but there's a lot of problems in Denver. And you can't say anybody has looked better since Peyton Manning. And there was nothing but issues over there in Denver. Like, look, Nathaniel Hackett was so good that another head coach got fired with him as the offensive coordinator. Or wait, was he the head coach that got fired? I can't remember. But either way, like, dude, there's nothing but problems in Denver. You cannot base Russ off of Denver. And I'm not saying you could base Russ off of Seattle. It was so long ago. All I'm saying is I know that Russ is a better quarterback than Justin Fields. I know that. And Abraham said, I'm 5-1. Kyren, K9, Jacobs, Javante, JJ, getting offered CMC and Amari for K9. Would improve my wide receiver too, but would be without CMC. Yeah, I feel like I would do it. I mean, you're not gonna have CMC for a little bit, but at least you're getting him now while you can still buy hella low on him. Camden trade Cook plus Cooper / BTJ for Neighbors. They'll take it. I don't know if they trade him. I don't know if they take it, man. Neighbors killing it. Wes said, so drop Fields for Russell. Fields may still play. Like, he still might be the quarterback. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's a QB competition this week. Russell does not have the job yet. And they didn't say that Fields has been demoted yet. They just said Russ is taking first team snaps in addition to Fields. This is legit a QB competition. Yes, sir. Got you, Wumbo. Jamie said I have Fields and Russ in the league, but I'm starting Brian Thomas Jr. or Michael Wilson over them in Superflex. I mean, it's not a good matchup for them. Like, let's go see where the Jets are. I mean, I know they're towards the bottom and giving up points to the QB. Yeah, literally Josh Allen and it's crazy that Josh Allen and the Will Levis game, like that was a really big Will Levis game and a really bad quarterback week in general. Outside of that, they're giving up like no points to quarterbacks. Like they've shut down like every quarterback that they've faced, including Sam Darnold, man. So like, yeah. And Crispy said sleeper as Russ starting. Well, yeah, because I mean, like, although I love sleeper, there's a lot of things that, they're just wrong about. Ooh, Taysom Hill is doubtful. Let's see. Fuck. Rashid Shaheed getting surgery on his knee. Saints. Done data, bro. Jim Harbaugh, the DJ Chark coming back. Saints are going to be without Olave. Let's see. Coach for the Panthers said it's still going to be week to week for Jonathan Brooks on coming back. He took some handoff reps today. That was it. Zamir White coming back to practice. Jacoby Myers not practicing today. Backed out of practice because of his ankle injury, they say. Blake Cashman dealing with turf toe. Going to be out. See? Look at this. Here we go. Finally made it to the Denver news. Mike Tomlin said that he will not get into the distribution of reps today with the QBs. Fields and Wilson both practiced fully today. Tomlin says any decision about the QB situation will remain in-house. See? So anybody who says that Wilson is starting right away, they're a liar. Anybody who says that Fields is starting now still, they're a liar. We don't know. The only one who knows is Mike fucking Tomlin, and he probably doesn't even know yet. Let's see. Don't let anybody tell you any different. They're if they do, they're full of shit. Toker one said Saints will be activating new special teams guys for return. Okay, and do we know a name? And Toker one, Laporta or Frymuth? I gotta go Laporta. Mr. Wumbo on Amari Cooper, his status for Sunday, week 7 is undecided, says head coach Sean McDermott. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Frank said, drop Jacoby and Tucker. Don't trust any of the Raiders except Bowers. Yeah, and I mean, for redraft, I wouldn't even be trusting Bowers. I'd be trying to trade him if I could to someone who thinks highly of him. And Johnny Shahid got a meniscus issue. I had to have that surgery too. Much quicker rehab than an ACL or something. I would assume so. But even then, what's he going to miss? Like 4 weeks? Something like that? Either way, I mean, yeah. TD Red Solo, Chris Olave or Shahid rest of season? Neither at this point. Like, just get rid of both of them, man. Get rid of both of them. But I'd say Olave because Shahid's probably missing a couple weeks. But either way, it's not going to be good without Carr. Neither of them. Frank said they just want to scare the Jets. Fields most likely going to start. Maybe they do like a 2 QB in the rotation at worst. Well, so Frank, why do you think that Fields would just likely start? Like nothing that he's put out there on the field says that he's getting it, you know, like nothing out there says that he's getting it. China said, but Shahid is worthless without Carr anyways. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Only be starting him out of like absolute desperation. TD Red, so I saw a YouTube short saying Russ is getting reps with the ones. He is, but so is Fields. I didn't say that he wasn't. I mean, I guess I worded it like that for like, inexact reason, but it's to get people to come back over here so they hear like the real, the entire take of it. But yes, all that was worded and everything for a specific reason, and nothing that I said was a lie. But it is a QB competition, like I said, and because that is one of the things that I said in there. And I said that Russ is getting first team reps, and I might not have said that Fields is getting first team reps, and maybe I left that out there on purpose, just to try to stir up some shit. But yeah, Fields is still getting first team reps as well. And Crispy said Russ is starting. I mean, you know how I feel about Fields. And I said as soon as Russ was 100% healthy, he's going to come back and start. That's how I always felt. And James said people need to stop blaming players' injuries for losing matchups. It's not their fault. It's not your fault. Just move on, make some trades, work the wire. People need to know better. Yeah, and I feel like, we need to stop treating these players like they're fucking Dungeons and Dragon cards or whatever, or Pokemon cards or Magic the Gathering cards or whatever fucking analogy you want to use, because it's real people. They don't want to get hurt. They don't want to fucking leave the game. It sucks for everybody. But like, yeah, when you only have one team or whatever, and you're like, oh, lost by one game because this one guy got hurt. Like, yeah, it's, people got to realize, I mean, the world's a lot bigger than their one home league, their one home league team. And Frank said they have a winning record. It ain't because of Fields. Go look at his stats. Go look at what he's been doing. It's not because of Fields. They're winning because of their defense. And a lot of times winning because Mike Tomlin, the game plan that they put together is just good enough for them to win. Remember Duck Hodges. Remember Mason Rudolph. Remember how those guys won games? Think any of them would start over an actual startable QB in the NFL. Like Fields was only startable because he was on the Bears last year, and he was so bad that they got a high enough pick and traded away stuff, right? Or well, I guess that was the year before. They knew that they were going to get a high enough pick themselves, plus the high pick that they already had, that they didn't even need a guy like Fields, that they were just going to completely rebuild because Fields is that good. He's not good. What up, Jay Phil? Pick up Ray Davis? Yeah, but who'd you be dropping? Frank said Tomlin is just starting QB rumors for the sole reason the trades are heating up, bringing light to the QB room. No. Other than that, he has 2 starters. No, he doesn't. He has 1 starter, and he has Fields. Fields has been filling in nicely while Russell's been hurt. But that's all he is. Fields is Mason Rudolph. Fields is Duck Hodges. And Mr. Wumbo, but Tua needs to get his 10th to get to his 10th concussion to forget his parents. Face the time he was 28 years old, so I can win my $20 in fantasy football. TD Red said, I'm not hating on you. I believe it said I was just shouting out YouTube shirt. Oh, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. And I was just saying, I am with all those, I am going to try to word things in a certain way. It is going to try to, drum up interaction and stuff. And I appreciate that, homie. And he said, Coach Mike T's never had a losing season in 17 years. He said he knows how to get by with little to nothing. Yes, that's why I don't give Fields like any extra credit. That's what it is. Like Fields, he's doing good at not fucking up. But it doesn't mean he's good because he's good at not fucking up right now. He's just not fucking up. He said, like rewinding to the preseason, I think Fields could have been a solid QB a couple years down the line if he backed up or watched Russ do his thing. Russ and Fields very comparable in play styles and builds for sure. Yeah, like right now, Fields, he's not putting out horrible tape, but he's not putting out good tape. Like at all. Like, okay, you can hand off to the running back. You can check it down for 6 yards, but he's not putting out like good tape. Yeah, he does need to learn behind a guy like Russ, who's actually been around the block for 10 plus years. Yeah, real shitty. Like if there's one guy who knows about being in a shitty situation, it's Russ. He was in a shitty situation at the end of his Seahawks run and a super shitty situation with fucking Denver, like real horrible, like one of the worst situations you could be in. And now I'm sure they're both happy to be on the Steelers. Shit, I'm sure Russ is happy that they had Fields to be able to, guide the ship while he was hurt, because nobody was talking shit about Wilson being out and getting the extra couple weeks to get healthy because they were winning. And famous Big West, what up? Said Okereke has been the biggest bust at his ADP for sure. For sure he has. Said he was ranked like number 2 overall linebacker to draft an IDP. Did you notice it? Yeah, I had him that high. And but there's one of those things that I said, like, I really don't like drafting the guys all the way up here, but it's because I'm so confident in the players that I know that I feel like I could draft guys a couple rounds later and still get that type of production. Because I was telling people, don't even draft any of those top guys. Go for a Bobby Wagner. And look at where Bobby Wagner's doing. Go for a Levante David, that you could get rounds and rounds and rounds later. Because that's what it's all about in offense and defense, getting guys at value that can outproduce their ADP. So I hate getting, especially IDP guys, I hate drafting them at their ADP when they're those fucking guys, man, because just like on offense, we need them to live up to certain expectations or we get fucking pissed. And so I'm with you on Bobby Okereke, for sure. It's really sucked, but it's because their defensive line got better and their secondary got better. And so it fucked him up. And what's his name? McFadden, he's been okay. But it's like their secondary is doing so good and their line is doing so good that they don't even need their linebackers to do that much. So he is kind of a victim of circumstance, like right now, if that's the way we kind of look at it. DD Red Solo, no, all my leagues are not IDP. Not even close. Not even close to all my leagues. Most of the leagues that you got to remember, I commission a lot of leagues that I don't play in as well. Most of the leagues that I play in are IDP, though. D Red Soul, you think Najee Harris is good just behind a bad line with a terrible offense? Yeah, I think Najee's really good, and I think their line sucks. And I think more often than not, their offensive schemes for the running backs have been really bad. Like if Najee was on a different team, I feel like he would do better. He does just good enough because like they give him because it's the volume play because they run so much. Yeah, Jamie said rather have Fields than Watson. Fuck that dude, right? I mean, no argument. Watson needs to get the fuck out of Cleveland, man. Cleveland just ain't it. It ain't it for him. It was bad from the beginning, and it never got good. Or as Najee cooked his Alabama days was his prime. Najee ain't cooked, bro. He's ran for 1,000 yards every single year in the NFL. There's not too many running backs I could say they did that 3 years in a row from their rookie year all the way to their junior year. Their line has been dog shit ever since he got there. Dog shit. And Rush just put Goodson on the roster when I could put Olave in the IR. I'm smart. There you go. Yeah, you can put guys on the IR. Go use that spot. Go pick someone up. Famous Big West, Trevor Wallace. Yeah, rookie killing it in IDP. Better than top-ranked linebackers. And that's what's crazy, right? That's why we got to be on it, you know? And, like, as soon as Shaq Thompson went out, like, we already had a couple points from Trevor Wallace and then shouted out, pick him up right now. And he's been balling ever since. Just like that guy, Justin Strenard. For the Broncos, killing it ever since Singleton went out. He's doing better than Okereke for sure, but he's doing better than a whole bunch of top end guys as well. 3 games, 18, 18, 19. Like, man, it's fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. DD Red Soul, someone dropped Olave. I'm picking him up, right? Or is he cooked even when Carr's healthy? I'd pick him up. I mean, who are you going to drop, though? I'd pick him. And see, it's better when you pick him up like that because you're not thinking of him, oh, I drafted this guy in the 4th round. You know, now he's just a waiver wire ad. Tuck him in on your bench. Just let him sit there. Shit, if you got IR, tuck him in on the IR. And look at that, Mr. Wumbo. Matt Castle went 11-5 with the Patriots. Turn that into a whole other contract. Said he's a Hall of Famer. Wait, he went 23-41 on the Chiefs. By going 59 TDs and 44 INTs in that time. Yeah, see, it's like schemes mean something. Teams, like, dude, I've said this a lot of times. If Tom Brady was not on the Patriots, not only would he probably not have been a Hall of Famer, he might not have even been a starter. He might never have got his opportunity. And it's crazy to think that, right? And like, there's so many other teams that their QBs didn't get hurt within the first couple years of his. He could have been on a team where he wasn't fucking having an amazing offensive line, an amazing fucking defense year after year with an amazing coach who cheated better than anybody. So it's crazy to think that, man. Like, look at a guy like Vince Young. Had Vince Young not gone to the Titans, like, it's insane. Like, what if he actually went to the Texans or something instead of Mario Williams, you know? And like Mario Williams, in like out of everything, he kind of had a better career than like Vince Young and a lot of those other people drafted right around him. Everyone thought that they were fucking crazy when they drafted him, because it was like, oh, this is Reggie Bush and Vince Young and like all this and this and this. And yeah, like teams should be drafting players based on how these players fit into their scheme the best, because it doesn't always happen that way. And Jamie says someone just offered me Mooney and a fourth for my first rounder. Must be my first year playing fantasy. I mean, they knew you were born at night. They thought it was last night though. And famous Big West, when it comes to IDP, mixed in the offensive players as well, what's the lowest amount of teams you think should be played in a league? So I run a 10-man league and every team is good, 14 or more for sure. I think 12 teams is the sweet spot, but I want to have, like, in my 12-team leagues, we start 9 offense, 2 QBs with the super flex, and then 8 defense. So 17 total starters, you know, so that's a lot of players going. And like, yeah, a lot of teams are really good, but there's definitely a separation of like the good ones, the not so good ones, and then the bad ones. 10-team leagues, like I hate them now because like every team is like stacked. Like, unless it's like, say, I do vampire leagues, you know, that's a little different. I do 3 QB leagues, a little bit different. Hard to do that with any more than 10 teams. But yeah, unless it's a league like that, I can't do 10 teams like anymore. I just it's got to be 12 or more for sure. And it's gonna there's gonna be a time where people want to take the bump up. It's right now 10-man single QB leagues are the most popular format, and it kind of sucks, but it's because everybody wants a stacked team. All these casual folks, they just want a stacked team, you know. And Tony, what up, Tony? Said I got Ferguson, Laporta, Hawkinson right now. Fergie was dropped, so I picked him up for free. Nice. No one got him off waivers. Said now I don't know who to start bench. Drop trade. So first off, you got to go find a team that's tight end needy. If nobody picked up Ferguson and he just cleared waivers, you might not have that many tight end needy teams in your team. I mean, in your league, just saying. But I would go try to look for that squad that is like super tight end needy and just ask them who they want. Just say, hey, I got 3 tight ends here. I'm curious. There's different price ranges for each of these guys. Who would you want to get? And just see what they say. Sometimes it'll be the person who you don't even like, who you don't want. Maybe like, oh, I want Hawkinson, man. Like, he's going to be awesome when he comes back. Okay, cool. Let's see what we got. Who would you be willing to trade? And, you know, like if you could work your way into that, like somehow easier said than done. But I'd try to open up a line of communication, because Ferguson not being picked up makes me think that it's not, you know, like there's not that much tight end need for people, because Ferguson's like, he's huge. I mean, he's on bye, but I mean, he's been one of the top guys like most weeks. And DD Red, so I think TB12 would have worked out and outplayed any starter and got into games. I mean, yeah, it's easy to say that, but that's not the case, because that's not what happened. He only came in because of injury. Nobody knew what the fuck Tom Brady was. And he did not play that well right away either. Like, he won games because of their defense. They won championships because of their defense. So it's easy to say that because that's what happened, but no. I'll give you an example. What if he would have went to the Chargers? Yeah, anything happened there? What if he would have went to Indy to back up Peyton Manning? Peyton Manning never got hurt. Why would Tom Brady get in there? You know, there's so many scenarios of like teams that like could have drafted him. Anybody could have drafted him. Nobody wanted to. He got drafted in the 6th round. 6th round. Nobody was thinking Tom Brady was going to be any kind of good. And when it comes to the talent level of Tom Brady, he's not super talented. He's not. His work ethic and all those type of things, the intangibles, you know, he's great at. Learning the game, studying defenses, like all the intangibles, he's amazing at. It took him a long fucking time to turn into like TB12, who's shredding for 5,000 yards. Took him a lot of years and an amazing team to be able to get to that. You realize he didn't even throw for 5,000 when he had Randy Moss, right? During that crazy, insane, most insane of insane, you know, seasons. He didn't even throw for 5K that year. And Tony said none of them really trade value. Yeah, I said I like Hawkinson the most. See? And I mean, I was just saying, like, who knows? Who knows? So that's why I'd say, like, maybe ask, you know, and see. I mean, 1 week, Ferguson's going to be very valuable because he's not on bye. Maybe right now people don't think he's valuable because he's on bye, but. And DD Red Soba, I agree with that. The scheme fits. Yeah, for sure. Just ultra talented guys never see the field. And special teams, you never know his name. Yeah. Happens all the time. How many talented guys we got coming out of college? All of them. All of them are talented. Triple X Lex drop Vidal for Bubs or Means. I probably would. Sit Ramondre, Bucky, or McConkey for him. I mean, I don't want to start Means. I mean, picking him up, yeah, I don't want to start him. And Triple X Lex also can drop Fryermuth. I just picked up in Joku a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, depending on who you'd be picking up. Did I miss one of the Oh, you could also drop him also. Yeah, I'd probably keep Vidal. Jay Phil, you starting Kincaid over Hawkinson this week if he plays. If Hawkinson plays, I'll play him over Kincaid. Yep, got to beat 12. Yes, sir. Crispy said defensive players are trying to get Vince to quit pouting. He's a bum. Hey, Jeff Fisher ruined his career, man. That coach was a bum. John said drop Gino, Richardson, or Cousins. Richardson. I'm okay with the 10 man. I mean, if you have a lot of flexes and stuff, but every team is still stacked, no matter how you slice it. Sebastian, I'm 3-3 right now. Purdy, Brian Robinson, Kyren, Dobbins, JJ, London, Ingram, Dash. I trade Tank Dell and Jonathan Brooks for Nico. Maybe. Would you be able to weather the storm without Tank Dell? Probably. Yeah. I'd do it. Fucking pampering the Longhorns. And famous Big West, your experience with fantasy football. Who's your all-time bust of fantasy football so far? Like literally in my entire lifetime, bust of fantasy football, or like this year? Like you talk all time? Throw that in there. Been rocking for almost 4 hours and 20. So we're about to hit this ball. But let me know, Big West. You talking? You did say all time. You did say all time. All time bust. Mitch Trubisky. Yeah. And I'll tell you why. It's because I drafted him in 2019, right after someone auto drafted Lamar Jackson in like the 9th round. And Lamar Jackson was literally my next pick. And then I fucking panic picked Mitch Trubisky. Yeah, that's one. Braylon Edwards. There's another one. Yeah, that motherfucker. Tony said team. I'm targeting as in Njoku, starting Stephon Diggs and Dell. Yeah, I don't know if they already have Njoku. I don't know if they're in a position where they really need to do that. Pate said Singletary got dropped in our waivers. Should I drop Braylon Allen to get him? I'm not really too excited on Singletary. I probably would though. He's still starting RB. Mr. Wumbo, you seen Tom Brady's combine picture? No way he's getting a shot at starting unless someone got hurt. Exactly. Like, and people just need to be like they just need to understand. Like, I mean, because now we're thinking of Tom Brady as the 6-time Super Bowl champ, but he was just a 6th-round drafted chump, like back then, who was never getting any play, like at all. He says, show it on the stream if people haven't seen it. I'm sure people have seen it. That picture's been circulating for years. And Tony said, I'm panic selling Braylon after Monday night with new coaching staff. Yeah. So I could also get Ty Chandler instead of Singletary. Yeah. I'd rather go Singletary. T-Red saw the team with a Hall of Fame QB taking shots at QBs in the 6th round. Well, because that's when you take shots on guys, is like, late. Like if he was any good, they wouldn't be taking a shot on them. He would just be drafted earlier. Oh yeah. Jamie, I got super high and forgot. Yes, I am. I'm going to do that right now, as a matter of fact. Thanks for the reminder. Jamie said, in 5 leagues, I only have a total of 10 losses and 3 and so on. Okay. What players that you have drafted in the past somehow lost you a season and told yourself never again? Kenny Galladay, Michael Thomas. Biggest buy-in league you've ever played in. 600. I didn't win. Crispy said Tony.
Man, fuck Tony.
Let's see. Tony, I denied the trade. Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, Tony's right up there in my book for sure.
Man, fuck Tony.
Multiple guys. And Pate said Javonte Williams, Romeo Dubs this week at flex. Romeo. Tony said, hey, what the fuck, man? You're cool. We're talking about Kadarius Toney. Toney.
Man, fuck Tony.
You're good. Not you, Tony. Not you. Kadarius Toney. Hey, Chef Ran, what up? Okay. You guys ready? Let me see. $25 undefeated teams. Okay. So let's see. 25 out of 1704. 1.4%. 1.4% of teams are undefeated right now in this league. I'm not going to be reading off the teams or anything like that, but here goes the names. Coming out of the number 3 division, that is the Breaking Bad division. We got our man. The name is Captain Cook Chili P Meth. And it's our man, Magic Man Ricky. 12-0. 12-0. Undefeated. All these teams are 12-0 right now. Coming out of the number 20 division, the Saved by the Bell division. It is our man Johnny repping Mr. Carosi. Malibu in the building. Malibu in the building. Okay. Out of the number 25 division, repping the Varsity Blues division, it is John Rowe. John Rowe. I know John's in a bunch of these. 12-0 for John Rowe. Out of the number 37 division, it is the NFC division. We got our man D. Lincoln Derrick, 12-0 over there, and he's repping his Cowboys, 12-0. And Johnny said, Mr. Carosi, let's fucking go. Flappo, start 1. Kraft and Joku Pitts. I'll start Pitts because of the matchup. All right, out of the number 43, the Major League division.
I hate this fucking song.
That's the number 43 division. Is our man Stacks. 311. Nice big shitburger is his team name over there. Out of the number 52 division, the Rugrats division, we got a Rugrat of our own, our man Song. And now he's what? Use old Korean is his name now. There we go. Song in division 52. Now, out of division 55. The Back to the Future 2 division, we got our man Johnny, who's repping the DeLorean over there. Let's go. Next one, division 64. The X-Files division is getting very spooky over here. It is the Minnesota Digger, Mr. M.N. Digger, 12-0, 12-0. All right, out of the Bill and Ted's division, division 69.
69, dudes.
It is our man, Big Game James. Party on, dude. I think you mixed up the movies there, but I got it. I got you. There we go. And JB said 69, dude.
69, dudes.
There we go. There we go. Out of division 71, that is the Three Ninjas division. He is over there killing it. It is Brown 11B. Brown 11B. He's in a handful of these leagues with us. Number 71 is there. And Johnny is the only person so far who has more than one team that is undefeated right now. So props to you so far, Johnny, as we make our way through this. Out of division 72, the Surf Ninjas division, one of my favorites. My team's sucking over there for sure. K2 Pinson, 12-0, killing the game right now. 12-0. Out of division 87, we got, and that's the Rand University division, we got Team Texas Pope over there. Team Texas Pope out of division 87. And Jamie said, has the highest point total out of all these teams. I might have to go back and look through it, but Crispy, there was one or two teams that had over 2,300 points. Out of the number 90 division, Chase and Tyson, we have Mr. Jerry Swallows. And Jerry's on a little bit of a tear because in number 94, this was the XFL, Jerry Swallows is also 12-0 over there. Number 95, the Year of the Scab. Broads AT. Broads AT. Not sure who that is. Broads AT. Shout out. And number 97, the two Bills. We got Toyota 1, and Toyota 1, one of the higher scoring teams, over 2,300 points, 2,310 points. Let's see. He's averaging 385 points a game. That is true insanity right there. Shout out to Toyota 1, killing it. And in Team 98, in League 98, Dion's double play. We got our man Crispy over there, 12-0. Big Game James right behind him at 10-2. Crispy, Mr. 12-0. Out of the number 100 division, that is the Sayal division. Go make sure you watch that 30 for 30. We got Mr. D. Lincoln Derek with his second squad that is 12-0. So as of now, Johnny, Jerry Swallows, and Derek. Those are the three peeps who had more than one undefeated team. Out of Division 111, it is Madden's game. Oh, yeah. And it is Big Tons, who is over there at 12-0. Big Tons repping. We got another team who's hit more than one undefeated team. It is Mr. Crispy coming out of the 112 division, the Express. And Crispy is on the Express train right now for sure. And all of a sudden, look at that. Crispy, the first team that has three teams that are undefeated coming out of the Rocky 3 division. He's repping Clubberlang. Crispy, 12-0. Out of the 126 division, it is the Creed division. It is Ziggy, 12-14. Ziggy Zaggy, oi, oi, oi. Uh-oh. Look at this one. Out of the 136 division, that is the Child's Play division. Derek, third undefeated team, third undefeated squad for Derek. All right, there we go. Mr. D. Lincoln killing it. And out of the 137 division, this is the Beetlejuice division, the OG Beetlejuice. We got Ziggy 12-14 doubling up. He has two teams that made it here to the undefeated list. And last, but certainly not least, out of the division that we drafted on the very last day of the season, of the very last day of the off season. Okay, we're talking that Thursday we drafted this. Yours truly is 12-0. Let's go. Let's go. I got a 12-0 team as well. One of them. I had two teams that were undefeated as of last week, and I caught an L because of Aaron Rodgers. But man, 25 teams. That is it. 25 teams. And we mentioned, let's see. Derek has 2 extra. Johnny has 1 extra. Crispy has 2 extra. Jerry has an extra, and Ziggy has an extra. So what I say, 25 teams. Take away 7 of those teams. So that would take it down to 18. That means there's only 18 managers out of all the hundreds and hundreds of people in this. Because we have 1,704 teams. There's only 18 managers that drafted a team that's even 12-0 right now. So if you're one of those 18 managers, props to you. Props to you. Because it's no easy feat, as we see right now. Literally, not even 1%, barely 1% of the teams that are in this are 12-0 right now. So we're talking the elite of the elite. And it's not just based on your schedule only, because you have to be scoring in the top half of the league every single week to have that 12-0. So that means none of these teams had a bad week so far to where they weren't in the top 6 scoring teams of their leagues. It's pretty fucking dope. And I'm glad that I can say I'm one of those. That's fucking awesome, man, because it is no easy feat. And even though I say that I'm the best fantasy football player like ever, manager, whatever, we all say that about ourselves. Like anything can happen. Like luck comes into play as well. Unless you draft Sam Darnold, you know, then you know how it goes. And yeah, Jamie said, congrats to the ballers. Oh, there we go. And I missed it. Magic Man Ricky, 2359 out of Division 34. Oh, wait. It's because he's not even on this list. That team's not even 12-0, huh? See, interesting how the top scoring team in the league might not even be 12-0. Ooh, look at that. Jamie, 22.99 in the 69, dude.
69, dude.
Right on that precipice of 2,300. And that's no easy feat. Like right now, I mean, 2,300 through 6 games. I mean, that's 383 points. Like that is an insane average to have. Insane average to have. Because even 2,000 right now divided by 6 games, I mean, that's 333. I mean, that's a respectable score on a lot of weeks. 11-1. So he might have caught a bullshit loss one week where he didn't win, but he scored so high. I mean, he had to, right? Like that's the only way that could happen. Because yeah, if you take he wouldn't. I don't think that he would be the highest scorer in the entire tournament, but not being in the top 6 every single week. Like I don't even think that'd be possible. So yeah, he probably caught some bullshit loss to a team that scored like first and he scored like second. And that's why he's 11-1. More than likely. I mean, that's the way that I would feel like it would work. 10-2. Okay. See, fuck. Maybe he caught 2 bad losses where he was like top 3, top 4 scored, but he faced top 3, top 2, top 1. There we go, man. So no easy feat. Only 25 teams are 12-0 right now. So again, hat tip to you guys. Props to you guys because it is not easy. I feel accomplished by myself. I was 6 Aaron Rodgers points away from having 2 12-0 teams. Not sitting well with me right now. Aaron Rodgers, like, why couldn't he have Adams last week? James, yeah, the Karate Kid. I only have 21.45. He said, in first place. So 23 is elite. Yeah, 20. I think there's only Crispy. You tell me if I'm wrong. There's only 2 teams in this entire tournament that are above 2,300 points right now, right? Right or wrong, Crispy? And like just that, like 2 out of 1704. I mean, fuck, that's 0.0001%. Yeah, you're not even in the 1%. Like you're in the elite fucking 100th percent, you know. But yeah, Crispy, tell me if that's true. You're the one who went and looked through all of them. Only 2 teams, right? Over 2,300 points. And if you didn't go through every team like that, but yeah, see, Crispy said that's correct. Dude, 2 teams over 2,300 points. That is fucking insane out of 1,700 teams. And Jamie said, damn, it said 0.26 away in the 69. He said that should count. Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, you're right there. You're right there. And I don't know. And see, I don't know how much, like, I don't know how many people are 290 or above or 2290 or above or, you know, anything like that. But yeah, I'd say there's a really good chance that you're the closest to the 2,300 out of everybody. Only 0.26. You're right there, man. The guy just couldn't have got 1 extra yard, huh? Or I guess it would be like 2 extra yards or 3 extra yards, but whatever. You know what I mean. All right. It's been a long ass show. We got to smoke this shit. Crispy said, not 2,300. Don't count. Quit begging. Crispy, do me a favor. Just send me a screenshot of the, because I'm going to shout out those 2 teams as well. That does deserve to be shouted out. I mean, 2 teams over 2,300 is fucking insane. So I'm going to go shout that out on that Patreon as well. Crispy makes the rules. Said it don't count. It don't count. Woo. All right. All right. Appreciate you guys. FantasyFootballHustler.com. Don't forget to go get over there. I'm going to go work on editing this start and sit video. Been rocking for over 4.5 hours. Fucking insane. Got to go check on everybody because I'm sure feeling like everyone's gonna say I'm neglecting them. Let me get over there. fantasyfootballhustler.com. Go over there and go click on all of the links. Go follow me everywhere you want to get on Patreon. That's 420crew.com, and go check out the merch at 420crewmerch.com. Go get a shirt, go take a picture, tag me in it, do all that. Let's go. We'll see you guys. I don't know if there's going to be a night show today. We'll see what happens. This show was so long that it already is nighttime like now. So might not have a night show. We'll see what happens. But either way, we got Thursday Night Football tomorrow. So let's be prepared. See you guys there. Peace out, everybody.
Defense on me.
I don't want them to gain another yard.
You blitz all night. If they cross the line of scrimmage, I'm going to take every last one of you out. You make sure they remember forever the night they played the Titans. Here comes the, 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 y'all